Good evening, everyone. Welcome to this regular meeting of the Poway Unified School District's Board of Education meeting. Let me see. It is 6:03 on October 15th. Notice to all, a recording and broadcast is being made at the direction of the board, and the recording or broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. And with that, I invite you to stand for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. For our report at a close, Clerk Zane.
Thank you, Madam President. Closed session began at 5:07 p.m. The Board of Education took the following action in closed session. Item 2.1A in the matter of pending existing litigation, case number 202-008-0207, on a motion by Zane and a second by Couvret. The board voted unanimously to approve the final settlement, with the vote of the board as follows: ayes, Zane, Couvret, Patel, O'Connor, Ratcliffe, and Beatty. No other reportable action was taken during closed session. Closed session adjourned at 5:15 p.m. And that concludes closed session report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zane. Members in attendance, we have everyone here, including our student board member, Ms. Beatty, attending telephonically here between Dr. Phelps and I. For item 3.4, the welcome to the public, Ms. Bilsma.
Thank you. Welcome to the monthly meeting of the Board of Education. All public comments were submitted online as outlined in the agenda directions. The intent is not to limit public participation, but to protect public health by following the recommended guidelines in San Diego County's order limiting attendance at public assemblies. Public speakers were requested to submit comments by the public comment form link between 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. prior to the start of the 6 p.m. open session regular meeting. If indicated on the form, comments submitted via the online public comment form will be read aloud during agenda item 4.2, public comments, or the corresponding agenda item. Public comments are limited to 400 words or 3 minutes, with 15 minutes per topic. Item 4.2 is placed on our agenda to enable members of our community to bring items that are not placed anywhere else on the agenda to the board's attention. The Brown Act does not permit board action or extended discussion of any item not on the agenda, but your concerns will be referred to staff. With that said, welcome and thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Ms. Bilsma. Item 3.5 is the approval of our agenda sequence. Dr. Phelps, anyone have anything? All right, we're good. All right, is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Zane, second by Dr. Patel. For the preferential vote, Ms. Bilsma.
Aye.
Thank you. And everyone else, all in favor? Aye.
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 That passes unanimously. Thank you. This takes us to our student board representative reports. I'm very excited. Who's first? I'll take them in whatever order they're ready. I know we have Canyon View Elementary School's Sophia McRae waiting out there. Welcome, Ms. McRae.
Hello.
How are you this evening?
I'm good.
Oh,
Thank you.
wonderful.
Can I take this off?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Okay, should I begin? All right. Good evening, PowayUSD Board and Dr. Phelps. Thank you for having me here this evening. My name is Sophia McRae. I'm a proud 5th grade Coyote at Canyon View Elementary, and I've been a Coyote since I was 5. Last year, I was on the student council and I served as the communications officer. I'm here today to share some of the things that we're doing at Canyon View to help students and families stay connected and how we have to adjust for the pandemic. Our school has now participated in Start With Hello Week and No Place for Hate for 3 years. Start With Hello encourages students to exhibit kindness and friendship toward their peers. No Place for Hate encourages a safe, inclusive, and healthy school culture and environment for each and every student. Along with these, we have a Coyote Pledge, which is a pledge to help our students be kind to their classrooms and classmates. In previous years, our schools had Gatekeepers, Peace Patrol, and Safety Patrol. These opportunities allow 4th and 5th grade Coyotes to set an example for the younger peers and lead their fellow Coyotes in being safe, inclusive, and looking good. We are looking forward to getting these leadership programs back in place soon. Our principal and counselor record videos with small projects, read-alouds, and lessons so that the virtual students and the in-person students can get the same instruction, information, and experience. It also serves as a connection opportunity for the virtual students so that they stay engaged with our on-campus students and staff. Canyon View PTO, Foundation, and community are facilitating virtual events that help bring the community together, especially with quarantine. A few weeks ago, we had our first virtual movie night through Netflix party. Students and families were invited to watch a movie and chat with their friends. We also had a pancake breakfast on the first Saturday of the school year. Families were encouraged to make their own pancakes and share their photos on social media. As you know, our school was reopened on October 1st for students to come back and have on-campus learning for 2 hours and 35 minutes per day, and then 100 minutes of asynchronous learning either before or after their class session. We got about 65% of students back, with 35% continuing over virtual learning. Most of the students in my class felt very comfortable coming back, since we have taken safety precautions such as wearing masks, constant hand sanitizing, and physical distancing. I personally felt safe because of all the precautions, and anything that would force us to stop distancing or take off our masks besides breaks were cut. It was also very important to our staff that students got to choose whether they would be returning to school or not, based on what they thought was right for them and their families. Our teachers also ensured that virtual and on-campus students would be getting the same amount of instruction and attention by recording videos, setting aside times to share about our dairy week, and constantly checking in on how we're doing emotionally. We also have a mindful minute where students can think about how they want their morning to go and what they can do to help themselves have a positive day. Last but not least, I want to thank our CVES team, my fellow Coyotes, and my parents for all they do for me and our school. At our school, we believe in kindness, respect, responsibility, and creativity. Together, we always achieve more. Make it a great day. The choice is yours. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Had a great time on your first day back. I was there in the PM with Dr. Phelps, and it was great. You guys have a wonderful campus.
Thank you.
Thanks for telling us about it.
No problem. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Let's see, do we have Kashifa Valore from Bernardo Heights Middle School out there? All right. Welcome. Can I clean up your space there for a second? Thank you, Ms. Marshall.
Thank you. Thank you for having me here. Good morning, afternoon, board members. My name is Kashifa Valor, and I'm the Bernardo Heights Associate Student Body ASB President. I'm here to inform you of the works ASB has been doing to make sure students feel more welcome at school despite the difficult times we are going through because of COVID. ASB has created a virtual boost program for incoming 6th graders because doing a traditional boost wasn't an option anymore. ASB created a virtual boost program for our incoming 6th graders, along with a virtual multi-video workshop and tours throughout the school virtually. ASB created welcome packages for our new 6th graders. They were like care packages with a small eraser, a pencil, and an encouraging note with a Bobcat stamp. The main goal of these care packages was to let the 6th graders know that we've got their backs and they have our support. ASB has been working really hard to send warm birthday wishes to all of our August, September, and October birthday boys and girls. We are doing this by sending a virtual happy birthday card to their school inbox along with a collaged video of all the students in ASB wishing them a happy birthday. Our birthday committee is working on newer and better graphic designing to make sure the birthday gal or guy feels more special. That includes reaching out to our summer Bobcats as well. We have built a student canvas center where we are posting school activities. The school center posts our school-wide activities and information for our clubs. It's also a place where we post spirit days as well as an Up This Week, a slideshow updated every week about weekly events going on throughout the school. One of our 8th grade social studies classes is holding a mock election to mirror the upcoming U.S. election. ASB meets twice a week on Mondays and Wednesdays to discuss and review what has to be done and what needs to be done. BHMS Musical Theater, Yearbook, Best Buddies, Leadership, CJSF, Broadcast and Digital Media, No Place for Hate, and GSA are just a few of the clubs that are already meeting and planning and are available to see on our Canvas Student Center. In short, we are committed to helping students connect with the school even if it means doing it differently. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much for being here. I'm sure Bernardo Heights is very proud of you. And do we have our student from Rancho Bernardo High School waiting? No? Okay, I'm sorry we missed her. All right, that takes us to public comments, item 4.2. Ms. Peck.
Move the mic down.
Thank you, Madam President. We do have quite a few public comments submitted, 142 to be exact. The first public comment is actually from Dr. Phelps.
Thank you, Ms. Peck. I'd like to first address some rumors that have unfortunately made its way around the community and district. On September the 30th, I was at Del Norte High School preparing for my first superintendent student advisory meeting, a meeting where I have multiple student representatives from each of our high schools. Prior to the start of the meeting, I was sitting at a table eating my lunch across from a Del Norte student who was also eating. We were seated distance from each other and had taken off our masks to eat our food. The school principal and one of the assistant principals were also standing near us, physically distanced, and both of them wearing their masks. The administrators had also invited me to park my car near the school staff lounge entrance so that I could unload boxes from my car, and also because I had sprained my knee a few days prior and was having difficulty walking without any pain. Apparently, during that time, an employee walked by and observed us in the staff lounge and made many assumptions about me and the situation, which then she proceeded to post publicly on social media in a very misleading and disparaging post, which others then shared and commented on without seeking any truth or facts surrounding the situation. It is unfortunate that our employees, whom we asked to model positive digital citizenship, respect, and kindness for our students, chose to spread hurtful gossip and disparaging remarks about the district superintendent. This is a good reminder to all of us, adults and students alike, that there is always more to a story than you might know, and that there's always a human being on the receiving end of your comments and judgment. I am a very private person, and I've always been very reluctant to speak about my health issues. When I had suffered a heart attack several years ago, I did not even tell my family, not even my parents nor my siblings, one who's even a surgeon. There are many reasons why I'm a private person, especially when it comes to sharing personal health information. As a public leader, a superintendent of a large school district, a woman, a minority leader, most people don't extend grace nor compassion, especially these days, just as I have recently experienced. However, people in general tend to exploit any weakness in a leader, especially a female leader, and try to look for any faults that they can use to cause doubt, harm, or discredit them as a strong leader. Health scares and issues tend to cause people to question your ability to lead or to be a strong leader, working hard to make it in a male-dominated position. However, due to this post and many others, just like it, questioning why I don't wear a mask during school board meetings, I feel compelled to address this criticism and the rumors publicly. First, I do wear a mask. I wear a mask whenever I'm in close contact with anyone or if I'm passing through common areas. However, I do not wear one during the board meetings because I do suffer from severe asthma and have a heart condition which compromises my breathing. For those of you who have known me for a long time, I also have a dry chronic cough that I've had since I was 13 years old. I have also suffered underlying medical conditions stemming from my radiation treatments that I endured last year for breast cancer. All of the board members and the cabinet members are fully aware of these facts and my health conditions. These board meetings can last 5 to 7 hours straight with no breaks. And when I wear a mask for prolonged periods of time, it causes me to cough profusely due to difficulty in breathing. So, which I feel would cause more people to be uncomfortable, assuming that I was sick or sick with COVID, especially during a televised board meeting. I want to assure you that I take my temperature multiple times a day and have been tested for COVID multiple times and have received negative results. I try to be extremely careful because, like many of you, I have loved ones at home who don't want to be exposed to any illness. I realize perception is powerful, and the image of a superintendent not wearing a mask can lead to one assuming that I choose not to lead by example or am careless about my health and that of the others around me. But nothing can be further than the truth. So in addition to being physically distanced from the board members tonight, I have put up these plexiglass barriers, which might not be visible on camera, but are placed between myself and the others for their additional protection.
Dr. Phelps, thank you so much, but you're way over your 3 minutes, and we want to be consistent with everyone, even with you. I hope you understand.
Okay, thank you.
We need to be fair to everyone about this. I invite you to finish your statement, though, during your superintendent comment, because I think this is important for people to hear. Thank you.
As we've done in past public comments, we've separated the comments by topic. The first topic is the surplus property. Zi Ying Oyang. I'm very concerned about the land leasing to Costco. I wonder what efforts PUSD has made to keep the community informed. Are you willing to listen to your constituents? We need PUSD to be more transparent with us on your process and decisions that affect so many neighborhoods. The land was reserved for school. For the betterment of our community, we ask PUSD do the right thing, have a long-term vision for the communities in lieu of a short-term plan. With the thriving and growing big community near Del Sur areas, education needs with smaller class sizes are far more important than Costco. With big box warehouse, traffic will dramatically increase and impact Westview High School and Oak Valley Middle School, driving age kids' safety, badly damaging the characteristics of the surrounding neighborhood and the open space and sensitive habits and wild animals. Please communicate and collaborate with the communities. Our voices need to be heard. Thank you. Next is Ji Zhu. Dear board members, I'm very concerned about the land leasing to Costco. I wonder what efforts PUSD has made to keep the community informed. Are you willing to listen to your constituents? We need PUSD to be more transparent with us on your process and decisions that affect so many neighborhoods. The land was reserved for school. For the betterment of our community, we ask PUSD do the right thing, have a long-term vision for the community in lieu of a short-term plan. With a thriving and growing big community near the Del Sur areas, education needs with smaller class sizes are far more important than Costco. Please communicate and collaborate with the communities. Our voices need to be heard. Thank you. Coco Chapman. PUSD. Having paid Melrose taxes for 10 years so the children of Santa Luz community can have great schools close by and not have to be driven to schools in outlying neighborhoods, even the mere thought of a Costco and other retail development on the site at Carmel Valley Road and Camino del Sur instead of a school and perhaps recreational development is absurd and repugnant. Please hear and follow with good common sense and your heart in making your decision on this issue. In addition to what has just been said, the Costco choice is not even wise financially. We, the people who live here and have paid taxes, have justified rights. Let's be visionary. Please take care of the youth and their future. Jessica Vogelsang. It is not too late for you to do the right thing with the BMRS site. The right thing in this case is not subjective or a matter of opinion, it is a matter of law. The Poway Unified School District is obligated by the terms of the Brown Act and the CDE waiver to engage the community in the decision-making process, but you have not done so in any meaningful way. If you had any intent of reaching this group of residents, it's easy to do so. You chose to do this in the dark. You chose to steamroll this decision. What you failed to understand is that this community still, even now, wants to work with you. Your success is our children's success, and we want to work together to find a solution that serves the best interests of everyone. We know this is possible, but you must allow us to engage. You are temporary stewards of this district. When your term is done, what happens here may never cross your mind again. We do not have that luxury. You've taken upon your 5 sets of shoulders to impose a massive change in our community that will permanently alter the place we call home. There's no reason this has to be. None of us wants to be out here protesting in a pandemic, but we have no choice as we continue to be shut out. This pandemic will be only a memory in a year or 2, but the decisions you're making now will be with us for a generation. You don't seem to care, but we do. We care immensely. This is why we will never stop fighting you until we get a seat at the table. We can find a solution we all can live with. Why are you still refusing to engage? Candace Donahue. PUSD Board. I'm writing as a newer resident of San Diego and PUSD. I've lived here now for 3 years. When I was shopping for my home, I was intentional in selecting a home in a great school district. I also happened to buy a home in the Santa Luz neighborhood. My husband and I did inquire about the surrounding property and plan for development. We were advised that it was slated for a school. With that being said, you may or may not have validated through your processes on why a school is no longer warranted. I will not dive into that particular concern in this letter. I will, however, share my concern with a highly commercialized development, including a big box store. We all recognize the need for financial means in order to continue our great school district. Where I think we are not aligned is that we fix our financial circumstances at the expense of our wonderful community. I'm certain you are very aware of the general disagreement that this space should simply go to the highest bidder. We need to pause and take the time to find the solution that not only meets the needs of the school district financially, but also a sound solution that the community can live with in the long run. The community is willing to negotiate or look for middle ground. The community feels the decisions that have been made thus far by the school board and the 7-Eleven committee have been extremely secretive and not transparent to those impacted. It seems the efforts that have been made related to Costco have been done very secretively, knowing the community would not be aligned. The overall and long-term impact is extremely significant to the people of this school district. Let's take the appropriate measures to work together to find a solution that works for everyone, not just the PUSD wallet. Do the right thing and open the conversation. Let the community collaborate on ideas and support options for proposals. Again, this is a huge deal, and we can't all feel good about ourselves if we only think of the wallet and know so many folks feel very negatively about a Costco on this site. I thank you in advance for the consideration on this topic. Deborah Cooper. To the honorable members of the board, Superintendent Kim Phelps, and the Superintendent's Cabinet, my name is Deborah Keel Cooper, and my volunteer involvement raising money to support Poway Unified Schools and advancing education issues is significant. But for those listening who do not know, highlights of my dedication to our community include helping lead negotiations with PUSD that resulted in building Willow Grove Elementary, representing parents on school site councils for Sunset Hills Elementary, Willow Grove Elementary, and Black Mountain Middle School, serving as a member of the Superintendent's 2008 Budget Advisory Group, serving as founding president for the Willow Grove Elementary Foundation and the D39 Collaborative, running for school board in 2016, and serving on the now much discussed 7-Eleven committee. The surplus property known as Black Mountain Ranch Southern Site is why I'm raising my voice today. My husband Craig and I have owned homes on the western side of PUSD for 18 years. We moved our young family here with the assurance of a thoughtfully designed residential community anchored by preserved open space, multiple parks, locally sited first responder facilities, and yes, brand new schools. As our oldest son approached kindergarten, we questioned the lack of progress in what we believe was a promised elementary school, and so I dove into the issue. In the next several years, I became one of our community's best educated non-professionals on school site planning. I learned what our Melrose taxes pay for, about developers' requirements to mitigate the anticipated impacts of population growth on services, and about new development sales tactics. I stand behind the 7-Eleven Committee's recommendation to declare the site in question as surplus property based on the demographer's data in both 2012 and 2019. But what was not included in the committee's report was the significant discussion pertaining to that site, cautioning PUSD to exercise sensitivity to the community's intended character. Asset management recommendations were not part of our charge. Individual committee members were advised to engage in the public process required when PUSD moved to dispose of the property, and so I am. Board members have said the district's financial interests are best served by entering into a ground lease agreement with Costco. A long-term ground lease definitely presents budgetary upsides, but in selecting this particular proposal, you have forsaken sensitivity, thereby failing the interests of our community. Reconsider your prior approval to move forward. Say no to Costco. Thank you. Greg Marzullo. It is hard to imagine any other public board being so dismissive of their constituents as to refuse even to hear their concerns on multiple occasions. The same constituents who pay tens of thousands of dollars in Melrose taxes, as well as generously fund foundations at the nearby PUSD neighborhood schools. These are the families that PUSD is betraying with their sellout of the land previously designated for a school. It may be convenient to be dismissive of these families today, but in the long run it will result in further damage to the PUSD brand, which is just beginning to recover from past indiscretions. Indeed, for PUSD, what is past is prologue. Lindsay Cabanis. Dear members of the board, I would like to take a moment to thank you for the time and energy you've spent working through this COVID pandemic. You've shown that you are listening to your community by being flexible and making options available for all learning types. You've shown you hear when community members are upset, and you've acted to address those issues. I am aware of the endless meetings, time, and energy it has required, and I can appreciate that it has been an overwhelming job. It is, however, the job you were elected to do in this time. Tonight, however, I'm writing again to ask that you not continue to ignore the terrible situation with the Costco lease on the Black Mountain Ranch Southern Property Santa Luz site. It is unfathomable to me that you have been so unreasonable with your lack of response to the community at large that is opposed to this. Why will you not stop and listen on this issue? Many public requests and comments to pause and discuss this agreement have gone completely ignored by you, our elected board members. Comments submitted for 9/10/20 and 9/24/20 meeting hardly considered, and also requests to be included on agenda for 9/10/20, 9/24/20, and 10/15/20 all denied. From November 2019, when the board first requested RFPs, to the September 10th, 2020 presentation of the RFPs, you never talked with our community. You never said you received a bid from Costco that would be an up to 60-year lease. You have not even had a dialogue with the community on the impact this deal would have on those of us who live here. The money earned from a deal is only a portion of your duty to this school district. None of us in the community even saw the actual Costco proposal until we had to demand you to release it. You posted the detailed proposal to the PUSD website in October 2020 after you already voted on it, without getting or listening to any community feedback. How can you say you are working with us and being transparent when you are only doing so after we have to beg for information? I understand that finances are an issue, and I am not opposed to the district benefiting from a deal that makes sense. This deal is putting an industrial complex with multiple stores and a gas station into a residential area and an area zoned for open space. It completely goes against the master plan and what this land is zoned for. Board, you are not fulfilling the responsibilities we have elected you to do. to reasonably work with us, your fellow community members and parents of children in this neighborhood. You have shown us you can be reasonable in other situations. Please, please stop this now. Don't pass the buck on and make us continue to fight this terrible decision. Amanda DeMoss. The PUSD board goals have 6 topics listed that are supposed to be the charter for the group. 3 have clearly been ignored in this current surplus land situation in Del Sur Torrey Highlands. There's been a lack of engagement with parents, business, and community partners. There is lack of investment in facilities and infrastructure. Most of all, there has been zero fiscal responsibility and transparency in this deal. PUSD is not supposed to be a money-making venture, and this land in question was not ever meant for commercial use. It was meant for the community, and the community was blindsided by the actions of the board to enter into a land lease with Costco. The actions of this board and those who've been part of this deal over the past 7 years have demonstrated complete disregard for the community and our children and planning for the future. I have been a resident of Torrey Highlands for 9 years and have heard from so many parents about the overcrowding at the elementary schools, which will eventually impact the local middle schools. Homes and apartments have been added at rapid rate and continue to be improved with every available inch of land turned into housing. How can the board say that a 5-year study is adequate to justify a 40-year lease? There's no more land for schools to be added, and to give it away, available land for a quick dollar is short-sighted. This community is already impacted by the traffic nightmare of the 56 and Carmel Valley Road, and this plan only exacerbates this problem. It is hard to imagine that anyone who lives here and travels these roads would think putting a big box store in the middle of a residential area is a good idea. The backdoor way this has been handled to keep the deal quiet until it's complete undermines the integrity of the board and is an insult to the community. How about listening to the community and trying to work together on a land use that can be beneficial for all?
Thank you, Ms. Peck. Time has expired.
I'll move on to the next topic. Holly Franz. Thank you, board members and administrators, for your service to the district. My youngest children are RB students. Since March, my senior has had 9 SAT or ACT tests canceled. When we learned Mount Carmel canceled the November 7th SAT while still hosting the PSAT this Saturday, it was the last straw for us in a sequence of major disappointments that have plagued current PUSD seniors. While they are busy applying to colleges across the country, at the same time they're feeling desperate, discouraged, and disappointed because their lives have become a sick game of whack-a-mole. First, they were denied letter grades for spring 2020, which meant lower overall GPAs for AP students. Second, they've been denied access to exams, which are being requested by many out-of-state universities. Third, they are the guinea pigs for the new senior portrait studio that is price gouging PUSD families. Fourth, they have been denied music, sports, dances, and other high school experiences. While some of these obstacles are not the district's fault, it is upsetting to watch other high schools resume on-campus activities while our students are denied opportunities to advance their education, compete nationally for college acceptance, and improve their mental, emotional, and physical health. I'm concerned as I am also seeing many of my private music students who attend PUSD high schools struggling with depression, anxiety, hopelessness, and fear. How can PUSD help these students? Open up all high schools for quarter 2 or try to. Provide access to SAT exams. Allow students to participate in choir, band, dance, theater, and sports on campus. Please refer to the aerosol studies by the University of Colorado Boulder, commissioned by 125 arts organizations, because we've learned there is a safe way for students to sing and play instruments if they're outside wearing masks, and have bell covers on the instruments. This is being done safely at high schools and colleges across the country. Experts are saying this virus will be around for many more months, So we must find an effective way to educate without destroying students' mental and emotional health via Zoom. Please get these students back on campus now for classes and activities. Students and parents won't accept excuses of why it can't be done when high schools across the country, including within Southern California, are opening their campuses. PUSD parents are willing to help. Next is Terry Norwood. Board members, superintendent, and superintendent cabinet. I would like to encourage you to reconsider your decision to hold in-person meetings only. In light of the recent PUSD employees and students testing positive for the COVID-19 virus, it is important to have all options available for the best service to the district, students, and all staff. Should a quorum of the board not be met because of infection with the virus, the progress that has been made for teachers to provide an education for students in a safe and effective environment will be for naught. Please reinstate the option to attend board meetings virtually for everyone's safety and respective preference. Most respectfully, Terry Norwood. The remaining public comments are for agenda items later in the agenda.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peck. That takes us to item 5.1, approval of the consent calendar. I'll start down at the end with Ms. Bilsma. Anything you'd like to pull? Nothing. Mr. Zane?
No.
I would like to pull item 5.4A. Ms. Couvret? Dr. Patel?
No, but since you're pulling 5.4A, I'll make a brief comment after you.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve then?
Motion to approve.
Okay, motion to approve, absent 5.4A.
Actually.
Oh, I am so sorry, Ms. Beatty. I forgot to ask you. Gosh, I'm so sorry. I skipped right over you, Ms. Beatty. Would you like to pull something?
Yes, please. 5.3A, the contractual services report.
My apologies. I'm so sorry. I got you now. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, can we have a new motion then? Absent 5.3A and 5.4A. A motion by Dr. Patel.
Second.
Second by Mr. Zane. Okay. We a preferential vote by Ms. Bilsma? Aye. Thank you. And for everyone else, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so that passes unanimously. Let's go to 5.3A first. This is approval and ratification of contractual services report number 03-2021. Mr. Little, would you like to introduce this, and then we'll go to Ms. Beatty.
Sure. Thank you, Madam President. As you mentioned, this is our monthly request for approval and ratification of our contractual services report. This one for the month of September and October.
Thank you. Ms. Beatty, go ahead.
Thank you. My question is for number 4, the contract for Baker Milwaukee Design Studio. It mentions a sliding fee schedule for $1.3 million. I was also able to look at the backup documentation. I was surprised by the price tag. I can see that Baker Nowicki has listed this as a, they've listed their sliding fee schedule based on construction costs, delineating between new construction versus modernization, renovation, site work. So it seems like there wasn't any negotiation. We just abided by what their fee schedule was, which just at first glance seems shockingly high. So I guess I have 2 questions. The first one is what justifies this high price tag, and the second is going forward. I'm wondering if we should reconsider these leasebacks. They've been extremely controversial in the last several years, the subjects of litigation in which they were declared to be unlawful in the courts, and then the state legislature enacted new legislation to allow school districts to do these. needless to say, there is controversy surrounding them, and I think this is sort of, case example number one. So if Mr. Little would address those issues, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Beatty, for the question. In fact, we did negotiate with Baker and Nowicki on this particular contract. There are numerous sliding scale fees for architectural design services. This is the common practice when employing architects to do this type of work. There's a sliding scale fee that's been developed by the AIA, the Architects Institute of America. There's another sliding scale fee that's on the OPSC website. Both are fairly similar in terms of those scales. The scales relate to a percentage of the total construction cost of the project, and the fees for the architect and the design services are related, therefore, to the total cost of the construction budget. So to Trustee Beatty's point, obviously designing a new building is different from designing athletic fields, from designing infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So in this particular case, we took an amalgamation of those scales and negotiated with, again, Baker Nowicki to get us to a percentage that's about 8.25% of the total construction cost of the project. So typically architects get somewhere between 8.5% to 9%. So we feel that both Baker Nowicki and the district benefit from this relationship and from this particular contract. And we feel confident that they'll do a great job. We built in a buffer. The $1.3 million also has like a 10% contingency in there. Just again, based on, so not to have to come back to the board for a minor change. But again, the final number that Baker and Nowicki would be compensated for would be based on the actual cost of the project times, the actual construction cost of the project times 8.25%.
Thank you, Mr. Little. So just to follow up, what you're saying is based on standard in the industry. This is in line with, with commensurate costs for design.
Yes. Not only in line, but more competitive, I would argue.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Is there a motion then?
Move to approve 5.3A.
Thank you, Ms. Beatty.
Second.
All right, on a motion by Ms. Beatty, a second by Mr. Zane. All in favor? Aye.
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 Okay,
you.
that is unanimous. I'm sorry. Yes, you can vote on this one, I think. Yes, you can. It's not
Aye, then.
personnel. Thank you. Sorry about that. That's 6-0. Thanks very much. Item 5.4A is approval of school plan for student achievement, SPSA, for Abraxas High School for the 2020-2021 school year. Ms. Osborne, do you want to introduce it?
Yes, thank you. This is the approval of the school plan for Abraxas High School, and it is coming forward on its own because Abraxas is currently considered in comprehensive support and improvement due to their graduation rate. And so it is required that Abraxas school plan for student achievement comes forward prior to October 30th of the year.
Thank you, and I think we're all very lucky that this one comes out first because I pulled it because I specifically want to say how impressed I am with this plan. Every year when I read 39 SPSAs, there are really only a few, maybe 5, that stand out as really well done with a lot of thought put in them and obvious, really hard work by the school site council. 38 other schools are really lucky this year that Abraxas was due early, frankly. Now our other sites have a model. Specifically, I want to call them out. The goals outlined in this plan address deficits on Abraxas's state dashboard. The goal is to be blue in all the areas, chronic absenteeism, suspension rate, English learner progress, graduation rate, college career readiness, ELA scores, and math scores. Abraxas identified and talked about every single one of those where they are not in the blue. If you aren't in the blue on the dashboard, be like Abraxas and add a goal about it in your SPSA. I'm going to be reading these, and I want to see that for every single school. If you're not blue, write a goal. I don't care if you're green. Write a goal so you can get into blue. This is what the state has set out for us, and we owe it to our community to make a goal and figure out how we can get there. The other piece I was really pleased to see was a race and equity goal. This is an area, again, that I would like to see all of our SPSAs address. Very important. So, okay, those things, everybody needs to do those, or I'm going to be unhappy and I'm going to send them back to LSS and say, hey, take it back. Take it back to the principal and the site councils. They need to give this some more thought. And the very last thing I want to highlight from this plan is the school's financial planning project and academic success skills instruction, which they talk about in some detail. As a board, I think I wanted to highlight this for all of us because we talk every year about how great it would be if we could teach our students life skills before they graduate. Abraxas sounds like they're doing it. They have a model for that too. I would invite every secondary school in our district to take a look and see if there's a place for similar lessons in a homeroom perhaps or another venue. But kudos to Principal Henry and his site council members. This plan is specific and very well done. And I know Dr. Phelps had something to say about that. I'm sorry, I'm looking at Dr. Patel, excuse me.
So I think you covered the things that I really wanted to cover. I did want to point out that there were a lot of deficiencies pointed out. And what I was impressed with is how they really did go through and tackle each and every one of them with a real goal, an attainable goal. I feel very proud of Abraxas. I know their WASC visit was also done really well. I think they're making some great strides. I know the kids come with lots of struggles, and the attention that they get there, it's going to help them. This is a hard year. It's a COVID year. Everything is different right now. But kudos to the plan. And yeah, life skills in homeroom. I think that's great.
Thank you.
Any other comments on this item?
With that, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Zane, thank you. For Ms. Billsma, your preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you. And everyone else, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that passes unanimously. That takes us to 6.1. This is a public hearing and approval of governing board appointee to the Personnel Commission. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Madam President. At the last Board of Education meeting, the Board of Trustees announced Ms. Margaret Wyatt as the intended appointee to serve as a governing board's appointee to the Personnel Commission. Ms. Wyatt meets the conditions of eligibility for continued appointment to the Personnel Commission and has expressed interest in serving another term as she had articulated at the last meeting. The appointment of a Personnel Commissioner is a two-step process under the Education Code. First, to open a public hearing in order to allow for the public, the employees, and the employee organizations the opportunity to express their views on the qualifications of the person who's being recommended. The second step, once the public hearing is closed, the board may then approve the appointment of Ms. Margaret Wyatt or make a substitute appointment or recommendation without further notification or public hearing. The board is asked to consider the reappointment of Ms. Margaret Wyatt as Personnel Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. So at this time, I will open the public hearing at 6:51. Ms. Peck, are there any public comments on this item? Seeing no public comments on this item, I will close the public hearing at 6:52. This is an action item. Are there questions or comments?
I'll make a motion to approve.
We have a motion by Dr. Patel.
Second.
Second by Mr. Zane. I did have a comment I'd like to make on this one too. It was wonderful to meet her and have her come before us last month, but I think it is important for the board to actively engage with our appointee on more than a once every 3 years basis when we reappoint. It doesn't feel like good practice to me. I would like to make a personnel commissioner liaison or two. I want that to be an actual assignment that we dole out at our annual board reorg meeting every December. We assign board members to be liaisons to the County Board of Supervisors, County Board of Ed, Cal SSD, CSBA, and on and on and on, Palomar Health. I think we need to add this one, and I would ask for some consensus from the board that we do that and direct staff to add that to our December list.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. If I can make a comment, we need to relook at that list and see if we're effectively using our liaison positions. And maybe this is an opportunity to do that, because I know some of those positions, we appoint them and then there's never a meeting anyway. So I think it's a good opportunity to revisit that list and see its effectiveness and put us where we can be best used.
Okay, question for you then. Are you asking then that the board consider that list at the December meeting, or do you want to consider it at the December meeting? Okay, while we're doing it, not ahead of time in November. Okay, all right. Am I seeing some consensus, though, that we would like to add this one? Okay, great. I'm seeing consensus. So, Dr. Phelps, you can hopefully add that one to our December list. Thank you so much. And we had a motion and a second. And this does not go to Ms. Bilsma for everyone else. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And that's unanimous then. Thank you very much. 6.2 is ratification of the Memorandum of Understanding with Poway School Employees Association, Unit 1 and Unit 2 regarding health and welfare benefits for plan year 2021. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you. The district and the Poway School Employees Association, also known as PSEA Unit 1 and Unit 2, reached an agreement in the form of a Memorandum of Understanding to utilize funding within the health and welfare benefits model towards supplementing premiums and the resulting out-of-pocket costs for employees in PSEA Unit 1 and Unit 2. The resulting out-of-pocket costs for each plan selection has moved us somewhat closer to aligning similar out-of-pocket costs for employees across PSEA, PFT, and management and confidentials. Overall, the net cost of this MOU with PSEA is approximately $405,000. However, once the cost of the MOU is factored into the total expenditures for health and welfare benefits for the upcoming 2021 plan year, the net overall savings with the upcoming change to Anthem Blue Cross and Empirix will be approximately $1.5 million year over year for the district. The components of the MOU include utilizing a large portion of savings that are generated from employees who opt out of insurance coverage to offset the premium expenses, rather than contributing the full balance of opt-out savings to retiree benefits as is currently stipulated under contractual language. The MOU includes the following adjustments to the health and welfare benefits funding. Allocate $750,000 from opt-out savings, which is approximately equivalent to 1% of unit member salaries, to the district's irrevocable trust for funding retiree benefits. Second, the balance of opt-out savings would also include utilizing $250,000 offset expenses toward the structural deficit and $400,000 to reimburse the district for overage costs from the 2020 plan year, for a total of $650,000 towards offsetting district expenses. The remaining balance of opt-out savings, which is approximately $1.1 million, would be utilized for premium supplement for the upcoming 2021 plan year. This MOU also includes lowering the cash to warrant, as we refer to it, discretionary funds that are paid to employees in the upcoming plan year, from $275 to $250 a month, and also lower the opt-out payments to employees from $350 a month down to $325 a month for the plan year 2021. These reductions in cash payments will generate approximately $200,000 in savings towards health and welfare benefits expenditures. And finally, the MOU includes agreement to transfer $925,000 from Fund 67, which is attributed to Unit 1 and Unit 2 members, to the general fund, of which $700,000 would be utilized towards premium supplement and $225,000 to offset expenses toward the structural deficit. This MOU also acknowledges that the district and PSEA agreed in principle to complete training in the interest-based bargaining model, which was interrupted with the COVID pandemic that hit in March, and recommended consideration of the IBB bargaining model to negotiate future changes to the health and welfare model, which includes the concepts of a multi-year phase-down approach for reducing the discretionary cash to warrant and opt-out cash payments to fund premium supplement toward a model that achieves out-of-pocket costs that are more consistent across the multiple employee groups that we have, and finally towards a financially sustainable model long-term. The board is asked to approve the MOU for the health and welfare benefits program for PSEA.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Any questions?
Not a question per se, but just a word of thanks and congratulations to PSS and the negotiating team at PSEA. This is fantastic. This is really one of the more collaborative agreements I've seen come forward. Shows the hard work, the give and take on both sides. This is just really great. I commend you for the hard work. Again, not just PSS, but also the negotiating team on part of PSEA as well. Thank you, everybody, for your hard work on it. That's a motion to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion by Mr. Zane. Is there a second?
Second?
Second by Dr. Patel. Any further discussion or comments on this one?
Nope, just to echo those sentiments, $1.5 million is quite a savings. Congratulations to the team for bringing that to the district.
All right, hearing no other comments. All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And that is unanimous. Thank you, everyone. Item 6.3, initial proposal for contract negotiations from the Board of Education to the Poway School Employees Association Unit 1 for 21-22 year. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Madam President. Currently, we have a multi-year contract between the district and PSEA Unit 1 that runs through June 30, 2022. Article 22 of the contract stipulates that health and welfare benefits or wages may be reopened and negotiated, and one additional article for each party to select. This initial proposal allows the parties to begin negotiations in advance of the 2022 health plan year as early as this fall, so that we can consider negotiating changes to the health and welfare model and corresponding contractual language towards a more equitable, sustainable, and cost-effective benefits model long term. This evening's agenda is information only for initial review and public knowledge under Government Code. The initial proposal will be placed on the upcoming board agenda in November for public hearing and final approval.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Are there any questions? No? All right, I think this is a laudable goal. Go fight, win. Team. Item 6.4, initial proposal for contract negotiations from the Board of Education to the Poway School Employees Association Unit 2 for the 2021-22 year. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Madam President. Similarly, we have a multi-year contract between the district and PSEA Unit 2 that also runs through June 30th, 2022. Article 20 of the Unit 2 contract also stipulates that health and welfare benefits may be reopened and negotiated, and one additional article for each party to select. This proposal allows the parties to begin negotiations in advance of the 2022 plan year this fall, and corresponding contractual language towards a more sustainable, equitable, and cost-effective benefits funding model. Again, this evening's agenda items for information purposes only for initial review, and it will be placed on the following month's agenda for public hearing and final approval.
Thank you, Mr. Jimenez. Questions on this one? Very similar. I'm excited to see this move forward under the interest-based bargaining model. That's fantastic. I'm excited to see how that works out for all of us. Item 6.5 is approval of California School Boards Association Board Policy 4000 series, first reading. Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you. Board Policy 4119.11 and 4219.11 and 4319.11 applies to all district employees, and it's the district's commitment to providing a safe environment that is free of harassment and intimidation. This updated policy, aligned with the new CSBA template, acknowledges recent updates to the Title IX requirements for complaints that meet the Title IX definition of sexual harassment, which will also be updated in our corresponding administrative regulations, both for employees and for students. All other complaints that would not meet the definition under Title IX would apply to this board policy for sexual harassment. This is this evening's initial first reading. It will be placed on the upcoming board agenda next month for final review and approval.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jimenez. Any questions on this one? No? Happy to see these coming forward. On to the 7.0s. 7.1 is approve resolution number 19-2021 entitled Authorization to Issue a Request for Proposal for Leaseback Construction Services for the Rancho Bernardo High School Building N Modernization Project. Mr. Little.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. This evening, staff seeks authorization to issue a request for proposal for leaseback construction services related to Phase 2 of the Rancho Bernardo High School Building N project that the board approved in February 2020. You'll recall that the N building consists of 13 modular classrooms that needed immediate and substantial attention. Over this past summer, we completed phase 1 of the project, which included replacing the HVAC system in each of the 13 classrooms. Phase 2 consists primarily of interior renovation work, new windows, new doors, new electrical, new carpet, new insulation, drywall, in addition to resolving some drainage issues and some minor ADA work. We note a full list of sort of the work and the scope on the green sheet there. By entering into a leaseback contract with a general contractor, again, we leverage their expertise to partner with our design team to address critical phasing needs and front-end investigative demolition work.
Thank you, Mr. Little. Are there questions? Comments?
Yeah, Mr. Little, can you please remind us, this is part of our facilities master plan work, is that correct?
Yes, this is part of the work that was identified to be done, a priority 1 within the plan for RB High School. It's just a small piece of the work that's required there. We'll be utilizing developer fees and some of our Fund 40 capital outlay fees to accomplish this work.
Thank you.
I just want to thank you, Mr. Little, too, for making sure the green sheet on this item explains the history of work that's been completed at Rancho Bernardo High School and the lack of voter support for school facility improvements since 2008. That's a long time. The way we had to cobble money together for this project, very nicely explained again, and noting that it only provides a minimal level of support for the immediate needs of the campus. That is very telling. I'm pleased that we could find this money in pots here and there, but that the remaining $80 million of projects that remain for Rancho Bernardo High School are not going to happen. We don't find pots of money everywhere. So I'm very glad we could get their immediate needs done here, and I thank you for the green sheet that really reminds everybody paying attention that there are a lot more needs there. So thank you for that.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Zane. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. I'm going to call you the wrong name all night. I'm sorry, Dr. Patel. Is there any further discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, for preferential vote.
Aye.
Thank you. And everyone else, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That passes unanimously. Thank you. Item 8.1 is our Racial Equity and Inclusion Plan. Woo! Looking forward to this one. Ms. Osborne.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight it gives me great pleasure to bring forward the Poway Unified School District's comprehensive plan for racial equity and inclusion for board approval.
And I see, yes, we have a public comment or two. Ms. Peck.
We do, Madam President. Thank you.
Sorry, how many are there on this item?
We have 2.
Okay. Thank you.
The first comment is from the Small and Mighty group. The members are listed as Amon Gordon, Julius Leger, is it Leger or Lige? Geronda Leger, Roxana McCrae, Michael Nichols, Christina Nichols, Carrie Rogers, and Chaz Rogers. We appreciate the opportunity to be included as racial equity partners and contributors to PUSD's comprehensive plan for prioritizing equity and inclusion. It is comprehensive, easy to read, includes parents, administrators, and students by whose young, articulate voices we were so encouraged by on our calls. These leaders will be our future. You facilitated a passionate task force patiently and respectfully and participated in our many sessions, and we appreciate your commitment. We realize that a document does not create change. It depends on execution and champions advocating for the cause in the outlying years. Truly, we aspire to a day where such a document is unnecessary, so let's start here. This plan is the next step in formalizing the mission we began almost 2 years ago at Design 39 campus. We wanted to reflect on that journey and to thank our amazing champion and founder, Principal Joe Erpelding. The small and mighty group of parents of black students at Design 39 was established to raise awareness among the students and teachers of the experiences of its small black student body. These experiences included very positive friendships with students of all colors, as well as less positive racially charged language used by other students, bias, and a particularly alarming incident that transpired around race. We learned that these were not isolated incidents. Contemporaneously, the nation became increasingly sensitized to racial friction at all levels. We were invited to tell our own stories. By sharing personal experiences with students and teachers at D39, parents on a town hall Zoom, and principals across the district, the small and mighty team hoped to create awareness so that we could do better together. These accounts made us feel vulnerable, and yet we knew that only through relating heart to heart could we begin to connect human to human. Our goal was for this communication style to be a prototype for other schools and districts. The comments we received from parents, administrators, and teachers confirm we were on the right track. Small and mighty was important to us because we wanted to stay away from us and them and all the trappings that large groups can create. Lectures and in-services don't help people to understand the way other people experience the world, and they don't change hearts. We wanted to bring perspective to our district and be an example for other districts with low black populations. We wanted PUSD to be a success story. With your help, we can get there. We asked to be involved in the milestone discussions once the plan is approved. We feel that accountability for the dates and initiatives outlined is important. If we implement the plan, how do we know that we're making the differences we sought when we formulated it? We believe this important question is perfectly placed with the impressive student leadership participants. We hope that the board entrusts that to them. At the end of the day, we are all accountable to them. Next is Dr. Darlene Willis. Good evening, President O'Connor Ratcliffe, board members, Superintendent Kim Phelps, cabinet members, and PUSD families. First, I'd like to commend the board members, especially President O'Connor Ratcliffe and Dr. Darshana Patel and student member Mariana Akins, for setting the tone by creating and passing the racial equity resolution. Because of your actions, Superintendent Kim Phelps and her cabinet have started having courageous conversations in our district, which in turn supports room for listening, empathy, growth, and change. The racial equity community conversations have been very informative, and the work behind the scenes from the staff, student, parents, and community have been very impressive. I've been in this district a very long time and know we are not perfect and have a ways to go, but we are making strides. It is important that this racial equity and inclusion comprehensive plan stay on the course and remain a fluid and living document with constant check-ins and reviews. I also recommend that the board create a joint supportive statement that is inserted into this document and signed by all board members. I, along with countless others, fully support this comprehensive plan and commend the PUSD board members, administrators, staff, students, parents, and community members who have joined together to lead the way as educational trailblazers who are committed to supporting racial equity, not only in our district, but for other districts throughout the county to follow. Special kudos to Associate Superintendent Carol Osborne for working over and beyond to bring this document to life for your approval this evening. We've come a long way, and I'm proud to be part and witness this historic change. Hashtag PUSD supports racial equity. That concludes public comment for this item. Sorry.
Thank you very much, Ms. Peck. Turn it over to Ms. Osborne now.
Thank you. Next slide, please. As we've heard, the June 25th board resolution was a strong force to take action to fight racism in Poway Unified School District, to be visible in our outrage and resolve for change. As educators, we have a powerful role to affect people's perceptions through education and taking a unified stand against all forms of racism, from explicit acts to microaggressions that impact our staff and students of color. It's critical. Fostering trust and moving beyond cultural awareness to cultural relevance is critical. We must ensure staff, all staff, have a better understanding of the diverse and dynamic needs of our Black and persons of color that fill our schools as students and staff. Next slide, please. Our superintendent also has a strong vision for equity. This is an excerpt from Dr. Phelps's message included in the Plan for Racial Equity and Inclusion. I'll pause a moment so you can read it. We must hold the trust our families place in us with high regard, and in many instances, rebuild that trust for our Black students, staff, and persons of color. Next slide, please. This plan, as you'll see the tagline on the bottom right-hand corner, is a dynamic document. As we engage more deeply in these improvement efforts included in the plan, professional learning, and systems change, we know we will uncover additional areas to include and update in the future. So it will be considered a living document. Next slide, please. I'd like to recognize all of the stakeholders that we collaborated with. We met several times with these key stakeholders listed here to ensure all perspectives were included. They are individually recognized on the collaboration page within the plan. Our student leader voices were critical to ensure we serve their needs, and we will continue to be accountable to them. Next slide, please. This is a little bit of feedback from the stakeholders we've collaborated with. Again, I'll let you take a moment to read those. First from our student, one of our Black student union leaders, and then from a parent. From these comments, it's clear that they valued the process and the plan, and it's critical that we ensure our Black students and students of color are seen and heard, which is critical on each of our campuses and environments. And having the courage to engage in difficult conversations is truly a part of the learning and healing process. Next slide, please. The plan is organized into 4 sections of action. I'll highlight a little bit for each section. Next slide, please. Fostering relational trust. We want to encourage stakeholders to have courageous conversations around race and injustice by ensuring stakeholders can voice their concerns regarding past and current practices that are unjust or not inclusive, and create opportunities for stakeholders to choose how to build community and share those experiences. We will build relationships within and across our schools and district with our Black, Indigenous, and people of color families and students, as well as other organizations and cultural and ethnic clubs. Next slide, please. Professional learning and training will be critical for our educators on how to best integrate culturally responsive pedagogy. An important aspect is also to examine personal and institutional biases that are impacting our students and staff. We will also expand training and ensure implementation across all of our campuses on restorative justice practices. Next slide, please. Learning support services will collaborate with teachers and stakeholders to critically examine existing curriculum and update both curriculum and courses that reflect the experiences and history of all community members. The course review will also include new A to G approved courses coming forward soon. We will expand and consistently implement restorative justice practices on our campuses. Next slide, please. Our systems improvement are also a critical component. We will establish a community-based equity and inclusion advisory committee focused on district efforts to become more equitable and inclusive across the schools. We will also create a dedicated web page focused on our racial equity and inclusion plan to include updates regularly. We will update the Poway Unified Discipline Plan to reflect restorative justice approaches and swift action regarding hate language. We will be sharing ongoing data of suspension and expulsion by rates of according to race, ethnicity, and disability. Another systems improvement is critical, the increasing of the hiring, retention, and support of Black and people of color staff, teachers, and leadership positions to reflect all members of our community. And we will provide annual updates to the board regarding our progress. So while the plan is coming forward tonight, next slide please, work has already begun. We have held 4 feeder pattern racial equity community conversations, and the Westview High School community feeder school pattern is next week on October 21st. We're also adding one additional meeting for the racial equity community conversations on November 2nd so that we can provide a venue for families that may have missed the opportunity for their feeder pattern this month. We also have our secondary equity teams on each of our middle and high school campuses that have started professional learning with the San Diego County Office Equity Department, and all of our schools opened with professional learning focused on anti-racism. Our Personnel Services Department is working intentionally and was successful in recruiting and hiring more Black and people of color, and this will continue to be an intentional effort for expanding hiring staff that looks like our students. Next slide, please. So some next steps, we will be forming a discipline committee that includes student leaders, staff, and parents to update the discipline plan with specific restorative justice practices and training. We also will be working with our students to create public service announcements to support eradicating racial slurs across our campuses. Today, we actually met with principals to begin the course review process for ethnic studies. And we're meeting with a group of teachers next week to review the course description. The literature course it will be considered as a B credit, which is English, and ethnic studies will be considered for a G credit. This ensures that these 2 courses won't compete with one another, and ethnic studies as a G elective will open it up to all grade levels. Next slide, please. So, Monday, we will be launching our racial equity and inclusion webpage, and it will house this plan as well as many other aspects of the work related and included in the racial equity and inclusion plan. We're also including many resources and links, including links to the San Diego County Office Equity Department that include student voice videos, the student voice of our Black students, our Asian students, and Latinx students coming next week. So we will be providing quick and easy access to those resources. Next slide, please. And again, I want to thank everyone that has been part of the creation of this plan. It is significant. It includes many aspects of the work that needs to be done. And I can tell you that hearing from our families during the racial equity and community conversations, it's clear that action needs to be swift as far as implementing the things we've outlined in this plan. So now I'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Osborne. This is an impressive plan. The 4 focus areas seem to mirror the goals that the board set out in our resolution. So it's fantastic to see that you took us seriously. We're not just talking to the air. That's always a wonderful thing. And having attended a couple of those conversations so far, I'm so thankful to the community members who showed up and shared their stories and their hopes for what we'll be able to do together, because we really can't make this work specific enough if we don't hear those authentic stories and descriptions of the problems. It's not real to some of us who haven't experienced it firsthand. So these are so important. So thank you again, and I want to say thank you to Dr. Willis and Ms. Parham as well for moderating genius, frankly. I'm looking forward to the Westview one, even though it's on my birthday. I'll be there. I have a couple other comments, but I'd like to open it up to the board. Dr. Patel.
Yeah, I have a few comments. First is I did notice Dr. Willis was asking whether the board would be willing to write a joint statement. And I think that's intriguing to me because I know Mr. Zane was not here when we did vote on the resolution. So it would give him an opportunity to have his signature kind of in support of the plan. And I would like to extend that opportunity. It is a living plan, so we can do that in a collaborative fashion, I'm open to that, and I'm kind of throwing that out there to the board. So some specific questions. First is, I have seen specifically from a member of the community that right now in the classroom, there are some questionable texts still being used. Is there any way to have a stopgap on that sooner than later?
I had that very conversation on I think it was yesterday, picking up the phone and getting information about that instance. I do know that we have been meeting with our departments and reviewing the core literature list, and that I was told it's the last year for the text that I think we're both talking about. And it was very concerning that it was still being used right now. So I know that many of our classrooms have stopped using those texts, and as many of our community members have reminded us, we know that this is a process for improvement. So we are working on making those decisions sooner rather than later. And then my immediate concern was, how is that text being moderated so that our students are not feeling what we've been hearing that they felt in the past?
Yeah, thank you. That's very important. Another thing.
Can I go to Ms. Bilsma and then we'll come back around? One question at a time. Ms. Bilsma. You go ahead. Okay, it's all yours.
Second one is, I've had requests from students on whether there's any kind of process for anonymous reporting. And I know that there's some, that you guys have thought about this.
Yes.
Can you please provide an explanation to your thought process?
Yes, the committee recommended an app, and then talking with some of our assistant principals and thinking about our teenagers and high school students, middle and high school, we actually have drafted a QR code this in a form, and that each of the high schools would have a reporting tool. We are working on refining it. We reviewed it at cabinet, but there was some feedback and things that we wanted to push back out to the sites to work on that. So that will be coming very soon, because we do want to make sure that we have an easy way for students to be able to provide information regarding these incidents so that administration can act swiftly. And then we're also considering having something on our webpage so that if there is a concern about staff, that there's also a venue. So we are working on that process and hope to have the site-based one very soon.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. First, I just wanted to say thank you so much. And I know this has been a long time in the works, and there's been so much happening these past few months behind the scenes. And I'd like to especially touch on the student inclusion that's been happening within this plan, and I'm especially grateful for that. And I've been included in various things myself, as well as friends of mine who have expressed concerns about these issues have felt very included and heard, and I greatly appreciate that. Additionally, on that topic, with that, I believe there is a little bit of a gap, though, with our student inclusion. A lot of the students who are being included in these plans are the students who are our BSU presidents, who, yes, of course, do need to be included. But I think it would be valuable to have it a bit more open for students who aren't as publicly advocating for these changes, but still have valuable voice to add to the conversation. So I'm not exactly sure how that would happen, but I think it could be really good to reach out more to and further to our students. Additionally, I would just echo the desire for some sort of hotline or reporting system, and just kind of especially push that for students, and not only have this hotline, but have a tangible way for us to create something to happen with the actual reports. Because I think a lot of the concern is students will make reports on campuses, and students in the past have made reports and nothing has been done with those reports. So my concern is not essentially the hotline itself, but what is done with the reports that are made there. And I think that can really be happening through our discipline committee, and I'm excited to see that happening as well. But yeah, I just think if there's anything you can say on or comment on the accountability for that hotline and the accountability on the school sites for how those complaints will be handled.
And that was one of the questions that we discussed at cabinet was, monitoring and follow up and ensuring that action is taken. And so that's what we're wanting to make sure, that before we put a form out, that we actually have a system in place for acting on those reports, because we don't want to have an instance where someone reports and then no action. And so we want to be able to make sure that we have the reporting person's name, and it will be held confidential, but we want to be able to circle back, because in some instances it's also checking on that person's well-being. And that's something we've heard in the community meetings, is when things happen, that being able to circle back and say, how are you feeling? And are you okay? And is there anything else that we can do to address your concerns? So I think that's an important aspect of it. So that's why we want to make sure that we have the system behind the reporting tool, so that we can act on those accordingly and monitor those and have people assigned to monitoring.
So I just want to reemphasize the points that Ms. Osborne made, which is very important to note of why it can't be anonymous. Because when things are reported anonymously, we can't investigate them fully, and there's definitely difficulty in follow-up and investigation. And so, as Ms. Osborne stated, we will and do hold those comments and reportings very confidential. But when they're reported anonymously, it's very difficult to investigate and follow up. And that is an important part of all of that.
Mr. Zinn.
Sure, thank you. Just a quick question. First of all, thank you acknowledging during the presentation that this plan very much is kind of a living, breathing document. It'll change, it'll morph over time, it'll improve. I guess my only question is really a follow-on to the initial one posed by Dr. Patel, specifically with regard to the curriculum and the courses. When do we anticipate timeline-wise for adoption of those? They're included in here kind of amorphously within the plan, but there isn't really a kind of a timeline for adoption on that.
I think that is a piece that we also need to work on, is the timeline for many of these and getting more specific. The course adoptions, as we said, the process is the review process started today by bringing it first to the administrators. We're meeting with teachers next week. We expect to bring the draft of these 2 course outlines to the board potentially November, but December is a definite, so that we want to be able to bring them forward for approval in December, so they can get on the course request forms for the 2021 school year, so that both courses would be on the course request forms for the next school year. And
so just a technical consideration here for those who are watching, have questions about this. The approval of the plan here this evening is not actually vote on approval of any specific text or course books or curriculum at this time, right? That's still a forthcoming vote. So thank you.
I had a couple things I wanted to throw out. The first was that I am not sure that I understand the format on the progress toward implementation pages after each of the 4 focus areas, where, list a whole bunch of action items with those boxes from, in progress out to 2 and 3 years out. There were a few actions that I think are in progress that weren't marked, and there were some that had no marks at all. I think I can recognize this as an effort towards setting timelines, as mentioned by Small and Mighty, in fact, in the comment. Obviously, it's falling a bit short so far, but I'm looking forward to then some additional specificity on the timelines then, since this is a living document, a dynamic document, I believe you said. So that's comment 1. The second piece, I was making notes to myself, and then I flipped a page, and there it was. So I love that too, but I do applaud the piece recognizing the intersectionality of race and LGBTQ plus issues. I would add, you're going to be shocked coming from me, I would add disability as another intersectionality. So we can highlight where and how we're examining why some minority groups seem to be over-identified in special education services. I think that's an important one. I'd like to see it added in the next iteration of this document.
Yes, thank you very much. We can add that certainly.
Thank you. I'm glad this is a living document. This is a great first effort, and I think we're all talking about this isn't the end. We're going to keep moving on this. Ms. Couvrette and Ms. Beatty, I don't know if you have any
So
comments either.
thank you so much for this. You know, I think from hearing from the community members, so many times they were promised action and they've been let down for so many years. And to see the resolution and then to have these meetings come together and kind of get an outline of a timeline has been wonderful, especially because I know of all the other things that you're dealing with. So I appreciate you making this a priority and bringing in all the folks. I love the 2 classes that we're adding, and I know we're going back and revisiting all the curriculum. Who is giving us a lot of the feedback on that? Is it teachers? Is it still community members? Because one thing that stood out in that community forum was we're almost teaching 2 different histories. They have the history that we teach at school, and then their own families are having to reteach their own familia history. And I'm just kind of wondering where you're getting all that information.
So part of the textbook adoption process is to include parents and stakeholders. And so the good news is we have many, many volunteers now that will be partnering with us. And that's exactly what we're seeking, because those perspectives ensure that our next history adoption is reflecting the history of all. And I think because we've also started down the path of open educational resources, I'm not confident a box textbook will meet those expectations for reflecting all perspectives. So I also think that we will be looking at open educational resources, primary source documents, and other items that we can include as part of our history curriculum so that we are making sure that it is reflective of the history of all of our community.
Ms. Beatty?
Yes, a brief comment. I wanted to just thank Ms. Osborne and her team for all their work on, as our board president mentioned, carrying the ball on this. And also Ms. Darlene Willis, her comments, her letters to the board, I thought were very eloquent. And I wanted to thank her for those as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yeah, Ms. Bilsma.
So I think going off of the history in the classes that we already have, I think a lot of that not only depends on the textbook and the curriculum, but the teacher who's teaching the course. So circling back to the anti-bias training and the equity teams that I see under professional learning for staff, I don't have the actual plan in front of me, so forgive me if this is listed in there. But do we have a group that we're working with on those, or how is that going to look on our campuses for our teachers, and kind of a timeline with that as well?
So each of our secondary campuses has an equity team that will be engaging in deep equity learning and bringing that work back to their school sites with the support of an equity coach so that the learning is applied and shared with all staff. And I think, as we heard in the letter from Small and Mighty, one of the most significant things that we can do to start building understanding, not tolerance, but building true understanding of why we need to change, is the model that we saw at D39 campus, where parents came into staff meetings and expressed their experiences and their stories and why things need to change in what we teach and how we teach. And so that's the other benefit of the racial equity community conversations, is we have parents who are offering to be those voices on our campuses. And so that's, I think, one of the, between the equity teams and parents that are willing to partner, that's going to be changing mindsets.
I have one last question. You know me. This is around training for our classified staff. So oftentimes, you know, we have in our school system lots of classified staff that interact with our students in a daily basis, whether it's food and nutrition or librarians or our aides. What is the plan for training and bringing them in? Are they going to be part of these site-based teams? Are they, you know, can you give me a little overall of that?
In some cases, they will be part of the site-based learning, but of course, schedules sometimes does not allow that. So my plan is to also work with PSCA professional learning leader Tanya Rowe so that we can look at the vehicles for professional learning that are provided for our classified staff and ensure that we are leveraging that, as well as working with our sites to have dedicated time, because as we have seen on Black and PUSD and in these community conversations, that oftentimes conversations and microaggressions are happening in those locations that you identified. So we will be working out the more refined details of the when and the who and the how to make sure that all staff have access to this learning and training.
Thank you very much. I know you guys have really worked hard with the whole entire team putting this plan together and with all of staff. You're really looking at all these details, and I really, really appreciate it, because this is, work we started, but we can't do the work. We're not the experts. So we're relying on you to make sure you cover all the bases, and I see that you really are. Thank you.
I was going to ask, before we go to a motion, do we want to explore a little bit more what Dr. Willis and Dr. Patel were talking about early about putting a board comment into the next draft of this? What did you have in mind? Is there an idea about how you want to do that? Because that's that's a hard thing to draft in a meeting.
Exactly. So perhaps we'll need to do a workshop or something on that. I don't know how else to work it, but this is the first I'm hearing about it, but it's an intriguing suggestion to make that part of it and to kind of memorialize our support in writing over the work that's been done so far.
I do feel like we did that when we passed the resolution, but a follow-up, I think, sure, yes. Yeah, okay, so we'll talk about that another time then.
Yeah, and we can leave that up to
back.
consensus of the board.
Okay, did anyone else have a thought on that? And okay, well, maybe we'll bring that back. Okay, great. I'm very, very pleased to ask for a motion at this time. Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Dr. Patel. Second. And a second by Ms. Couvret. Thank you very much. Any further discussion before we go to this vote? Fantastic. We'll go to Ms. Bilsma.
Aye.
Thank you. And everyone else, all in favor?
Aye.
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 That is unanimous. Hooray. And at this point, I'm going to call a 5-minute recess before we launch into our next long piece. Thanks, everyone. Do I need to give you the time before I do that? Sorry. 7:40. Thank you.
Like,
All right, it is 7:48 and we are back. We are on item 8.2, Poway Unified School District 2020-2021 reopening update. Ms. Osborne and Mr. Mizell. Oh, but first let's introduce it first and then we'll go to public comments.
Thank you, Madam President. Tonight we will highlight where we have successfully reopened for on-campus learning, as well as provide an update on our secondary reopening plans. We will provide staff recommendations for your consideration at the end of the presentation.
Thank you. And for our public comments, Ms. Peck.
there are several, thank you. We'll start with Randy Kane. My name is Randy Kane, and I am a Poway resident. I have a son who's a senior at Poway High School. I strongly urge you to open the middle and high schools in our district. In-person interaction between kids and their teachers is much more conducive to learning for the vast majority of students. Many students find it difficult to concentrate and stay focused while sitting in one place for long hours a day staring at a computer screen. It increases bad posture, neck and back pain, as well as eye difficulties. Additionally, many kids have parents that must work out of the house. These children have an especially difficult time being alone all day and staying focused. As a society, we've stressed the ability to have social interaction versus being on technology, to be able to compromise, collaborate, and communicate with others in person. As human beings, we need community to thrive, to be successful, and to have a hopeful and positive environment. Since March, we've been forced to pull ourselves away from society and work alone, to social distance, but this is an increased cause for depression, anxiety, and a sense of being alone. This is an extraordinary negative impact on our students' mental health. I'm a substitute teacher for PUSD and have worked in-person elementary classes. I found that it is not difficult to social distance as well as wear a mask all day. If this is possible for elementary age students, why can't our older students follow these guidelines? Please give us a choice. Families that want their kids to have in-person learning should be able to send their kids to school. For families that are uncomfortable sending their kids to school, they can continue online learning. Thank you. Len Schultz. My name is Len Schultz. I live in Poway. I have 2 teenage daughters in 10th and 12th grade at Poway High School. I urge you to open the middle and high schools. In-person interaction between kids and their teachers is much more conducive to learning for the vast majority of students. It's difficult for kids to concentrate and stay focused while sitting in one place for many hours a day staring at a computer screen. Additionally, many kids have parents that must work out of the house. These children have an especially difficult time being alone all day and staying on task. I've talked to many parents that are very concerned about their kids' well-being, academically, mentally, and socially. Kids of all ages need interaction with their peers to maintain social and mental well-being. Parents are concerned about their kids falling behind academically. Parents have told me that their child has dropped, in some cases, a full letter grade because online schooling doesn't fit their child's learning style. Some parents are paying for private tutors to make up for the loss of learning. Other families are considering homeschooling or moving their kids to a private school. The students of families who can't afford to pay for a private school or tutors will fall behind. In my own home, my 10th grader has told me that she can tell that she's not learning as well this year. This is a child that has consistently gotten A's in middle school and 9th grade. Finally, I've heard that there is cheating going on during online learning. Even though students have stated that they will not cheat during quizzes or tests and the tests are proctored online by the teachers, I've heard that cheating occurs regularly. This isn't fair for the kids that are playing by the rules. Additionally, this further diminishes overall learning for the kids looking up answers.
Families that want their kids to have in-person learning should be able to send their kids to school. For families that are not comfortable sending their kids to school, they can continue online learning. Please give us a choice. Thank you. Jennifer Frakes. Tonight, please vote to bring all middle and high schoolers back to campus for in-person learning beginning November 9th, 2020. I beg of you not to punish students who want to be back in person by forcing them to remain online. My daughters attend RBHS and BHMS, and I implore you to open these campuses at the beginning of the upcoming grading period. It seems that the voices of the minority have drowned out the voices of the majority. At last count, over 60% of PUSD parents want their children back in school, and enough is enough. Why is it that those who want on campus have no choice? I support those who choose to continue with virtual learning and to be heard. And I agree that no child should be forced to come back. But I want my voice and other voices like mine to be heard. Bringing secondary students back to campus needs to be the top priority. For some students, virtual learning is working, but for many, many others, being back on campus is imperative for their academic, social, mental, and emotional well-being. I understand that there are roadblocks and logistical challenges to bringing students and teachers back on campus safely, but I believe that we cannot give up on finding solutions and acting on them. While my first choice is to get all students who want to be on campus there full time, I do understand that PUSD must adhere to state and county health guidelines. I do not believe that the hybrid model is an equitable solution, however. Getting all students back on campus in some capacity is better than continuing virtual learning for an indeterminate amount of time. I understand that some teachers may be hesitant to return. While I respect that point of view, there's also something larger at stake here: the education and mental well-being of our children. I believe that there must be ways teachers and students can remain safe while on campus. Solutions need to be found because dooming children to virtual learning for the foreseeable future is not an equitable or acceptable solution. Please consider the well-being of our children and reopen secondary campuses to all students on November 9th, 2020. Thank you for your time, consideration, and all you're doing for our students. Jennifer Gutierrez. MRES students deprived of instructional minutes. My concern is that the AM students at MRES are not receiving their full daily 2 hours and 35 minutes, 155 minutes live instruction that they are entitled to. This requirement is not being met. Hours of instruction are from 9 a.m. to 11:35 a.m. MRES is not even allowing drop-off for 2nd through 5th graders until 9:05 a.m. By the time the students wait in line, get their temperature taken, answer all the long questions, sanitize their hands, walk to class, they won't begin instruction until 9:20 or later. They're losing at least 20 to 30 minutes of daily precious instructional time. This is a huge amount of instructional minutes lost. This is 100 to 150 minutes lost weekly. These students have already lost almost a year of instruction, and now with half days even more. Students should be in their seats, ready to learn at 9 a.m. sharp. There needs to be a staggered drop-off starting at 8:30 a.m. Takes at least 20 to 30 minutes to get the entire school checked in. Also, this will reduce the large crowd gathering and waiting in line. We need to minimize the number of people waiting in line per COVID guidelines for health and safety. Drop-off needs to begin much earlier, at least at 8:30. You can't say school begins at 9 a.m. if drop-off isn't until 9:05 a.m. If classified and non-teaching staff do check in, then teachers can still have their agreed-upon prep time. Let's give our students back the lost instructional minutes they need and deserve. ESS hours do not work for working parents. For parents that do not work from home and must travel to work and be at their work location well before 9 a.m., not having ESS open in the morning makes an already difficult situation almost impossible if there is no morning care. I've tried to find a reliable and trustworthy person to come to my home and take my child to school to no avail. With all of the COVID concerns, I fear exposing my child to another person outside of our established bubble that I don't know. We all need to limit the amount of people we're exposed to. We need to reopen ESS morning care. Also, ESS has very limited pickup hours. You can only pick up your child between 3:30 to 3:45 or after 4:45. There is a 1-hour window, 3:45 to 4:45, that we are not allowed to pick up our child. Again, a huge inconvenience for working parents. makes it almost impossible to get our children to dental or orthodontist or doctor appointments or practices. This 1 hour window of time is when the majority of after school and after work appointments occur. Sharon Traum. Hello, and thank you for your time and attention as you prepare to address the complex tasks of reopening plans for middle schools. At the last board meeting, there was a discussion about the challenge of having on-campus students who've been assigned to a VLA teacher. There was some consideration of reassigning on-campus students from VLA teachers so that they only have on-campus teachers. I've been told that my 6th grade daughter's ELA and social studies teacher is a VLA teacher. This means that if reassigned, my daughter will have a change to 1/3 of her classes and teachers. With so much change she has had to adjust to in the past 6 weeks, new school, middle school life with different teachers, online learning, I worry about the anxiety and stress this additional change would pose further, along with other students in the same situation. I'm writing to ask that you please consider not reassigning students and look into the Twin Peaks Middle School AM/PM model as a way to ensure all students have access to the teachers that they have had since the beginning of the year. This school year has been fraught with worries due to all of the new and ever-changing circumstances surrounding school and life in general. I'm concerned that adding another potential change would compound the stress and uncertainties they've been surrounded by and could put some of our students over the edge, causing some serious emotional disruption. I know that schools are putting a big emphasis on students' social and emotional well-being this year, and I implore you to consider change of teachers as a factor that can significantly impact students' emotional welfare. I thank you for your time and consideration. I'm sure this is a daunting task with so many intricate details to work out, and I appreciate all of your work on this. DJ Sosnowski. To the Poway Unified School Board, we're writing to you in regards to the possibility of reopening our middle and high schools. It's been a while since we've heard any updates about when or if our secondary schools will open. Without your voice or guidance, rumors become the only noise, and it's hard to decipher what's real and what's speculation. We hope to encourage the members of the board to make a decision about how and when to reopen our schools. I understand the fears of all stakeholders in regards to opening schools and having students and teachers attend in-person lessons. However, I also know there are a significant number of people in our community who are willing to take a risk and attend school in person with significant measures in place to ensure safety. As this letter is being read at the board meeting, there are a number of elementary schools that have been open for 2 weeks. The remaining elementary schools have been open for 4 days. In that time, there have been 3 more cases in our schools according to your COVID dashboard. We share this with you because we know you're tracking these numbers and making your decisions based upon these facts. Our hope is that since you know the community is following your empirical data, you are willing to listen to our anecdotal notes. We have 3 children in PUSD schools. The youngest is in elementary school and can tell you the 2.5 hours he spends on campus are the highlight of his day. He packs up his belongings and waits anxiously by the door as soon as his lunch is over so he can be one of the first afternoon students on campus. When school is over, he enters the car and takes off his mask. His smile is broad as he has just spent time with his friends and teacher in person. Our other 2 children are both in middle school. They've been diligent about setting their alarms, logging onto their Zooms, and keeping their cameras on to show their teachers they are engaged and ready to learn. We've overheard their conversations with friends after class, and inevitably the talk turns to when they will return to school. The rumors fly and vary, November, no February, even August of 2021. They have no answers from those they trust, so they make up answers that suit their needs. As a college student, I worked at a summer camp for many years. One of the staff training topics was safety. Our director told us he could guarantee there would be 0 injuries at camp this summer. He would have all of the students sit in the gym all day and play no games. But he warned that would also mean that we would have 0 campers return the next summer. This balance of risk-reward is a constant struggle for our schools. Under no circumstance do I think we should open without strict safety measures in place. However, I do think we owe it to our children and our community to take the risk and begin to slowly reopen our schools. We all want to unveil that smile under the mask after spending time with our peers and teachers. Julie Kaysen. First and foremost, I'd like to thank each of you for the hard work you're putting in on behalf of PUSD students and families. I would not want your jobs. I'm sure none of you could have imagined you'd be leading our district during a global pandemic. I come to you as the mother of 4 PUSD students, 1 kindergartner, 1 6th grader, and 2 9th graders. While I'm thrilled that my kinder is back on campus and part-time, it's beginning to feel like there is not a plan coming together anytime soon to get secondary students back on campus. I understand that there are logistics to work through, but I believe you are qualified and capable to make an on-campus model available to our secondary students. I implore you to do so. I realize there are families that would prefer to continue virtually, and I'm thankful you will continue to offer that to them. However, there are students who need to be back on campus. My 2 oldest have IEPs and have yet to be asked back on campus for any instruction or additional help. This is unacceptable. Please work quickly to make in-person instruction available to families that are ready to come back on campus. Thank you. Good afternoon. In celebration of Dyslexia Awareness Month, I want to remind our community that 1 in 10 individuals are dyslexic. This impacts more than reading, so please go to understood.org to learn more. You could change a student's life forever. Before I say anything else, it would be wise of the community to look up NPR's investigative reporter Emily Hanford's work on reading and education in America. I'm sorry, I didn't say the person's name. This is Melissa Lazzaro's comment. District leaders, you are accountable for following evidence-based practices and fiscal responsibility. Currently, our general education and impact reading curriculums do not follow the science of reading. Benchmark, our K-5 curriculum, did not meet criteria for phonological awareness and only partially met the requirements for phonics. These are the foundational skills for reading. You should also know that by not using a science of reading approach in GE and in our impact...
Ms. Peck, this is for comments on reopening.
Yes, and I should mention that Ms. Lazzaro's comment was one of the last in the group of comments of 142 I mentioned. She had indicated it for public comments, and so since we missed that, I felt that we could include it in school reopening so that she had her fair comment represented.
Thank you for that explanation. This will be the last one.
Thank you. Don't all students deserve to be... You should also know that not using a science of reading approach in general education and in our impact classrooms, it disproportionately segregates and impacts students of color and low income. Don't all students deserve to be taught an evidence-based approach to reading? Don't all students deserve to be given the best chance to succeed in learning? And doesn't that start with the ability to read effectively? While special education has made strides and has attempted to incorporate some best practices for those with dyslexia, what I'd like to know is this: what's happening to students with dyslexia that do not qualify for special education, those stuck in impact classes year after year, or those drowning in general education? We know that the RTI-MTSS model is not supposed to be used to defer or delay students from special education resources. This practice is against the law. But unfortunately, this is commonly where students with mild or moderate dyslexia end up. These students are often recommended for impact by a teacher for additional support, or are formally assessed and fit the profile of dyslexia, but do not qualify for services, so consequently they are offered the impact class. Parents often agree to impact support with the hope and trust that the educators are trained in best practice and will provide remediation based on evidence and science. Just like a parent trusts a doctor to provide the best medicine based on science. What parents don't know is that PUSD's impact programs are not based on evidence and best practice for struggling readers, and certainly not for those with dyslexia. Being pulled out of class is traumatic to a child. Being given a reading program that is not effective and not based on science is abusive. Why aren't reading and writing programs based on the science of reading being used in impact classes across all campuses? Why are we wasting time and money on curriculum that doesn't work? If there's one thing we've learned this year, it's trust the scientists. Moreover, in this case, there's 100+ years of evidence, not theory, not research, but evidence that proves how reading should be taught.
Ms. Peck, I'm going to call time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. That concludes the public comments, so let's bring on the presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Next slide, please. We'll begin with our state and county updates regarding cases. Next slide, please. Earlier this week, the state announced that San Diego County remains in the red or substantial category under the governor's color-coded 4-tier system. By remaining in the red tier, schools in San Diego County may continue with their school reopening plans. Next slide, please. Our case rates continue to fluctuate a bit. However, they are improved since our last board meeting. Currently, San Diego County case rate is 6.8, but testing positivity is 3.1%. I also want to just highlight that we do have a COVID dashboard for Poway Unified cases, and while there have been 3 cases, the contact tracing shows that none of those cases were contacted on our campuses. So I just wanted to make that clear. Next slide, please. We have been working with local elected officials and the County of San Diego to establish a COVID testing site within our community. We want this to be easily accessible for student and staff testing. The site will be a community location off the I-15 freeway, not at a school site. And we will provide updates once this is identified. Next slide, please. All 26 elementary campuses have opened fully with our AM/PM model, as well as special education programs across all school sites in Poway Unified. Next slide, please. Here are some words from our teachers. I'll pause so you have a moment to read them. From a TK, and these are both from elementary teachers. These quotes reflect that the split classes are supporting more personalized learning, and the second teacher recognizes the team effort that we see across our elementary campuses as all staff pitches in to support students and the systems in place for our protocols. Our Studio 701 interns have created their very first video of the year to show what the reopening of our first 10 elementary schools looked like, and then 16 more this Monday, as well as the phasing in of our special education classes since September 24th. So rather than my voice, let's take a look at the video. Next slide, please.
202 days after the emergency school closures, and this year there was a new addition, and the remaining 16 elementary schools opened on October 12th. This year there was a new addition, high school opened on October 8th, and the remaining
This is also new
as part of Poway Unified's safe reopening.
Thank you for your patience.
All students. "202 days after the emergency school closures in the Poway Unified School District, 10 elementary campuses reopened to students for in-person learning on October 1st. Abraxas High School opened on October 8th, and the remaining 16 elementary schools opened on October 12th. But this year, there was a new addition to students' school supply lists: face masks.
This is also new for them, I guess. And as time has passed, I think everybody's gotten better about wearing a mask.
As part of Poway Unified's safe reopening plan, all students preschool through 12th grade are required to wear face coverings on campus.
And of course we have staff and families that are a little nervous, right? Which is so real and so fair. And we are going to do our very, very best in the best interest of keeping school open and kids safe and staff safe.
PUSD is putting health first by ensuring additional safety measures, including temperature and health screenings, frequent cleaning and disinfecting, desktop partitions and physical distancing, hand washing and hand sanitizing, and PPE for all students and staff. The staggered elementary and Abraxas High reopening dates were part of PUSD's phased-in process, which began with students receiving special education services.
Because our students with unique needs and learning disabilities tend to be one of the largest groups that aren't benefiting from a virtual learning type environment.
Teachers and parents are working together to make sure the learning process is inclusive, even for the students who have opted to remain in virtual learning.
We're trying to have things that all kids participate in, despite whether you're on campus or you're at home, because some of our kids are still going to stay home in the virtual learning academy.
Many parents are looking forward to their children learning in person again.
Learning is a social interaction. Nothing can replace the authentic collaboration that schools have to offer.
We are their family away from their home, so it's important to provide that consistency and the structure and that family atmosphere that they're used to, and get them back into those routines that they're used to.
Just my students, honestly, just having them right by me and being able to react and adapt in real-time teaching and not over this screen. I think I miss them probably just as much as they miss me, if not more.
For the Excellence in Education series, I'm Yonso Sok, Studio 701.
Yes, a big thank you to our Studio 701 interns, and Ms. Peck, thank you so much. And now for a bit more information about our special education reopenings, I will turn it over to Mr. Mizell.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. So tonight I'm pleased to report that all of our programs have reopened as planned, on or before the dates we originally proposed to the board. As you will recall, recommencing assessments was our first priority. Our dedicated team of school psychologists, related service providers, and educational specialists have now completed 126 incomplete or out-of-compliance assessments since just late August. Our staff continues to make rapid and impressive progress addressing this concern. Providing in-person related services and instruction was our next priority. Currently, 24 occupational therapists, 62 speech and language pathologists, and 6 of our adapted PE teachers are providing on-campus, in-person instruction and services to students requiring their support. Many instructional aides have also returned to school sites, providing in-person assistance and support to students learning on campus as well as students learning virtually. And more recently, our teachers have returned, many of them weeks before their schools officially reopened. And that's a really good thing, because as you can see on this slide, at the elementary level, almost 80% of our students enrolled in special day classes and 70% of our students enrolled in resource classes are back, receiving services and instruction on campus in person. Of interest, in case you're curious, at the preschool and elementary school levels, the percentages of students returning to their school sites ranges from a low of 43% and several to a high of 100%. Next slide. So even while secondary schools remain VLA, every secondary school has students receiving specialized services and instruction on campus. As you can see on this slide, 369 students at the secondary level are now receiving services and instruction in person, and that number has been increasing daily. Moreover, 37 of our 43 secondary special day classes have reopened as well. Reopening at both the elementary and secondary levels has posed challenges. To resolve the mismatch between teachers requesting or requiring VLA and students requesting on-campus in-person instruction, we've had to hire 4 additional teachers at the elementary level and 5 substitute teachers to assist with supervision at the secondary level. However, when you consider the present challenge and the fact that we employ 260 educational specialists district-wide, only needing to hire a few extra teachers and substitutes is pretty impressive. I want to acknowledge each of the directors, Heather Schauder, Tiffany King, Jeanette Anderson, and Jody Payne, as well as our program specialists who continue to work tirelessly behind the scenes to creatively resolve our VLA and in-person classified and certificated staffing alignment challenges. And now, for a middle and high school reopening update, I'm going to pass this back to Associate Superintendent Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Mizell. Next slide, please. Our secondary teams are working very hard to consider all the possible scenarios and logistics for reopening. Teachers are also working tirelessly to support virtual learning for all students. Mr. Lemaster will now share our current reality of students in reopening middle and high school.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me to update the board and superintendent, your cabinet, and all of the members in the audience and those watching at home on our reopening plans for middle and high school. I want to first start by thanking all of our principals, site administrators, our counselors, teachers, and staff for not only launching this year in virtual learning, but also working to bring small groups of students back onto our campuses, and at the same time exploring and developing plans to bring even larger groups of students back to our campuses. Next slide, please. I also want to congratulate all of our elementary schools and Abraxas on their reopening, as well as our special education programs, as Mr. Mizell spoke about. At our middle and high schools, we see kids back on our campus, and I can tell you that one of the most rewarding things for me is going and visiting our schools and seeing kids back on campus since the closure in March. What is our current reality right now in our secondary schools? Well, I'm pleased to say that we have been working to get more students on campus. Our middle and high schools have been working with different programs, groups to try to get them to come back following the safety protocols and getting them used to being on campus. Here you can see a picture of students in the Oak Valley Library. We have programs like Tall Flags, band, fire science, screen printing, ASB, which is Associated Student Body, classes like yearbook, etc., coming back onto campus. We have intervention groups starting to come back, math, English language learners, even some tutoring happening on our campuses for students who are struggling. Our highest level of need for special education has returned: critical skills, autism disorder, and special day classes. Schools have plans in place and procedures for having more students and staff on campus. And every day I hear from our principals about, oh, we've got this group coming back. Oh, we've invited this group to come back. So it's happening. It's starting to see more and more of it. And the administration is also working with support staff around making sure that there's proper supervision for those on campus. Next slide, please. So as Mr. Mizell spoke, we have many of our special education students and programs open at our middle schools. So you can see here's a variety of things happening on our middle school campuses, and I'm not going to go through each one of them. You can see what's going on. There is a picture over to the right of Oak Valley's ASB class there, planning some class activities. We do have weekly support groups happening on some of our campuses, and it might just be a one-time visit for a class to get acquainted with each other, but then it might be an ongoing class like we have with our ASD special day classes. Academic support groups, and even some of our middle school counselors have been starting groups back up with their students. So again, at the middle school, we're seeing more and more students come onto our campuses. Next slide, please. High school, an area that I'm very familiar with. As Mr. Mizell said, special education happening at all sites thanks to the work of his team. But we also have unique programs happening, and these are just a couple highlights, so it's not limited to. These are just some things that are happening, and I didn't want to just provide an extensive list, but I wanted you to see what some of our schools are doing and some of the things that are going on. When people say, is band back? They're back. They're marching. They're not playing, but they're marching. They're doing some things. They're getting together. They're seeing their kids. We do have some PE happening at some of our schools. Dance and yearbook, CTE courses like screen printing, which is very difficult to do online. Our NGROTC program has been meeting at Westview. We have English language learners there. Our ASB programs are starting to meet with their students. We even at Del Norte have our teachers piloting the synchronous concurrent model, which you're going to hear more about later. And of course, we're very excited that Abraxas has reopened, and they are doing quite well. It was awesome. I was there on the first day to be able to see those kids. Some of them excited, some of them not so excited, but they were happy to be back with their teachers. Next slide, please. So I want to take us back to July, and I want to look at what we've been doing in consideration for reopening our secondary schools. When we recommended a reopening of our middle and high schools, our principals and their teams looked deeply at the AMPM model at the middle school and the AB models for the high school. And at the time, we truly thought it was possible to make this happen by November. However, when we started to create models to reorganize our students and staff based on their choices, challenges and constraints emerged which could cause significant disruption to our students' schedules, as well as costs for supervision. I'm going to be elaborating on this later in this presentation. However, I wanted to assure the board and our community that in addition to supporting our teachers with virtual learning, our principals have been meeting with the executive directors, myself and Ms. Lochtefeld, each week and their site teams to explore and plan what a reorganization of in-person and virtual learners and teachers would actually look like. Next slide, please. So this is something you might have recognized. We presented this a few board meetings ago, I believe, and it is our AMPM model for our middle school. So this is just to reorient you with what that was. What this is a schedule where students are on campus at our middle schools 5 days a week in person, and then some independent learning time or asynchronous learning, similar to what you see at the elementary schools right now. So there's a group in the morning, and then it transitions, and then we have a group in the afternoon. Students are attending periods 1, 2, and 3 on Mondays, and periods 4, 5, and 6 on Tuesdays, and then the teacher repeats these periods for the AMPM cohort. Students would be attending school for half the day, either in the morning or afternoon, and only attending each class 2 to 3 times, 3 days per week. For half of their day, students would be working asynchronously, which means students are working independently, separate from their teachers. So the next slide, please, is our high school model that we shared. And this model includes a Monday-Tuesday group, a group A, and a Thursday-Friday group B. So students would be present on campus for 2 days per week with their teacher, and then 3 days a week they would be working either virtually or asynchronously, which is where students were working independent, separate from their teachers. So these were the two models that we talked about. We presented these models, and we were looking at them at our middle and high schools so that we could come up with what are the possibilities and plans to make this happen. Next slide, please. So the question is, what were the challenges that were identified to reopening with an AMPM or AB schedule? As has been shared before, at the middle and high schools, we rely on our students' course requests from the spring to build those master schedules based on their need, their interest, and the student-identified career pathways. When we sat down and separated both students and staff according to their identified preferences, virtual or in person, that were made in July, across the board, we saw significant challenges and disruptions to student course selections. Not only would this shift require a major reorganization of student and teacher schedules, we had an opening date of September 2nd to be prepared for. Both middle and high schools needed to make sure that they had student schedules set, books and supplies ready for distribution, and any changes to their schedules made prior to their registration dates in mid-August. Next slide. The question I get asked, why didn't we reorganize over the summer? It's a great question. After receiving the family and teacher commitment data in August, reorganizing was explored, and it came with many impacts on our students' and teachers' schedules that were set back in May. Changing course selections in August for students would have meant students having to select new electives. It would have meant they would have having to choose different career technical options. Some of them may not have had access to programs like AVID, ASB, BAND, and having to change other classes that they are enrolled in. And in our middle schools, that included Villages and the Academy at 2 of our middle schools. Many teachers would have had their assignments changed, grade levels altered, and in some cases, increasing the number of different courses that they were assigned, which are called preps. So in other words, instead of teaching 2 preps, they would be teaching 3 or 4 preps. In summer, In summary, I apologize, the overall disruption and negative impact on our students and teachers was not seen as a viable option at that time. The decision was made to start school on September 2nd virtual with our student schedules in place as they were established based on their requests and needs in the spring. As we have shared in the past, the challenges to reorganizing our middle and high schools is much different than reopening our elementary schools. And to speak more on this, I'm going to turn it back over to Mrs. Osborne.
Thank you, Mr. Lemaster. Next slide, please. Elementary schools are open. Why not secondary? The complexities of size and course offerings, as you've heard, are a huge factor at secondary. As Mr. Lemaster stated, we build our schedules at middle and high school based on the student course requests, which is completely different than elementary. Elementary student assignments are organized by grade level, period. So we separated on-campus and virtual for our elementary students before they came back in September, on September 2nd. Elementary students have a single teacher and are in consistent cohorts for the day and the week. Secondary are organized by their CRFs or course request forms, and we place 1,800 to 2,500 students with multiple teachers daily on our secondary campuses. As a result of student choice and pathways, we have multiple cohorts of students mixing throughout the day and the week. Next slide, please. So where are we now with our reopening plans for middle and high school? Mr. Lemaster?
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. As I shared earlier, in addition to bringing small groups of students back to our schools, middle and high school principals and leadership teams have been examining various learning models and configurations for in-person learning. Each school team has and continues to look at the strengths and impacts of models to determine which ones would have the least disruption to students and staff and is cost effective. Once the decision was made to reopen, our secondary schools virtual, I'm sorry, I apologize. Once the decision was made to reopen our secondary schools virtually, we immediately started to look at the AM/PM models at the middle school and the AB model at the high schools. And again, I apologize, next slide, please. Again, at the time, we thought it was possible to reorganize our students and teachers to be in person and virtual by November. What our site leaders discovered in the process of reorganizing our students and teachers by creating sample schedules, they discovered major challenges and financial needs. Principals worked with their site teams and the executive directors to quantify what those challenges and what those needs would look like. In addition to looking at the reorganization plans, principals began reaching out to teachers who had indicated they would return in-person instruction when conditions allowed to try a different delivery model where teachers provided instruction and support for both in-person and virtual learners simultaneously or concurrently. This would not only maintain the current schedules that were in place, it would avoid having to reorganize all the students and disruptions that go along with that process. So what our principals did is they reached out to the teachers and they wanted to find out, those who had indicated that they would return for in-person, are they ready to return in person and ready to provide instruction in support of both students in virtual and simultaneously. So we've explored this model, and I'm going to ask Mrs. Osborne to speak a little bit more about the simultaneous concurrent model in a few minutes. But finally, what I also wanted to share was principals reached out to those teachers who indicated in July that they would return for in-person instruction to confirm that selection. And as conditions have shifted since July, so have many of our teachers' situations, concerns, and commitments, which I will also elaborate on. Next slide, please.
Next.
Sorry, next slide. So in looking at the reorganization of our middle and high schools, when we looked to separate our students who requested VLA and our teachers who were requesting VLA and our in-person students and our in-person teachers, we recognized that there were several challenges and impacts on students with the changes to the schedules that needed to take place for our students, as well as limiting access to certain courses and options. In addition, principals changed schedules, and that then created new preps or additional preps or possible reassignments for our teachers. Students, in order to make this happen, would have to be hand scheduled. And at the high school, hand scheduling means moving students from one teacher's class to another, which can be done between quarters and trimesters without unlinking any connection that they have to their current teachers. This is not the case for middle school. For middle school, once a student is assigned to a teacher, they're assigned to that teacher for the entire year. So when they are moved from that teacher's roster, if we are to reschedule them, then they are unlinked from their current teacher's Canvas page. So students would not be connected to their current teacher in Canvas once they are moved, which means this work would have to be done over a long break like winter. Middle school students traditionally stay with their teachers the whole year. However, in this model, they would come back from winter break with new teachers and possibly new classes. In addition, some teachers would have all new students and in some cases teaching at different sites. The reorganization model still requires an AM-PM split to achieve the California Department of Health recommendations. In order to achieve the small cohorts that recommended by the California Department of Public Health, students would be in person 2 days a week and asynchronous or independent the days they are not at school or attending school for half the day and asynchronous the other half. For the in-person teachers, they will have between 6 to 10 cohorts depending on the school schedule they teach at. The 4x4 would have 6 different cohorts. The trimester will have 8, and our middle school teachers would have 10 cohorts. To complicate things further, at some sites there are more students who want to return than teachers who can come back, leaving a massive supervision challenge. At one middle school, an entire math department indicated back in July and recently confirmed their inability to return for in-person instruction. The two solutions considered was to hire more teachers to fill those spots left vacant, which considering time of year and cost was not a viable option, or to hire subs to supervise students while they were at school physically, but learning from their teachers virtually. In looking at both high school and middle school, we identified the need of 15 to 35 subs for supervision at a cost of $1,800 to $4,200 per day per school. This would mean students would be physically at school 2 days per week or half the day at the middle schools, and in some cases, learning virtual in classes with supervising them. My purpose is not to paint a bleak picture, but rather to share the reality our site leaders discovered when we explored the reorganization of our schools and middle schools. Next slide, please. Excuse me 1 second. Thank you. So the concurrent simultaneous model. I'm used to standing, not sitting. Students and teachers would be able to remain in their current schedules and assignments. There would be no need to reorganize our classes or schedules. Teachers would provide learning for both their virtual students as well as those physically present in class. Students who are virtual would stay virtual, and students coming back in person would still be split into an A-B cohort. Those not at school are still learning virtually, but the other students in class are as well. Technology is available to accomplish this, and Dr. Burks and her team are working on solutions to challenges that have come up. Kimmy, do you mind taking over?
To share more specifics about this model, I will turn it back over to Mrs. Osborne. Next slide, please.
Thank you. So we have sites that have actually made the moves on paper. And so we wanted to share some examples of the impact of reorganization for AM, PM, and AB. So here is an example of one of our middle schools and the impact for 6th grade. The first example shows middle school. For those 6th graders that indicated, that they wanted to stay virtual, 65 to 80% would have at least one new teacher. Several students would have to leave classes they depend on, like AVID and academic success and intervention. The challenge of transitioning from elementary to middle is significant, as many of you know, and then having another change mid-year would be significant. Next, please. At one of our high schools, when the principal and their team worked on their reorganization plan, they identified 700 students who would need to pick a different class than selected in the spring. Some electives could only be offered in person and some only virtual, which means students who were virtual would not be able to take the classes offered in person. When they looked at AP classes specifically, there were 6 AP classes that students would have to potentially drop if reorganized. Keep in mind, many of our AP classes are year-long, which means the students are already in the class, and if they could not take it, they would have to drop midway through. Again, these are examples from 2 of our schools to illustrate what our principals and teams have been discovering as they are planning for reorganization of their students' and teachers' schedules based on the July choices. In further considering the challenges of this model, we want to explore other options that would be less disruptive, which we believe is the concurrent simultaneous model. Next slide. So what is concurrent simultaneous? Considering the challenges that we've outlined with the AM, PM, and AB, we wanted to think outside the box for an option that would be less disruptive or not disruptive at all to our student pathways and teacher assignments. The concurrent simultaneous model means the teacher is physically in the classroom teaching and supporting students both virtually and in person simultaneously. One lesson, 2 environments. Our goal is to increase teacher knowledge and understanding of the concurrent simultaneous model as an option to meet the needs of students both on campus and virtually, to build comfort and capacity for our teachers without disrupting student schedules. We're grateful to 4 teachers at Del Norte High School who are currently piloting the concurrent simultaneous model. Let's take a look with a video. Next slide, please.
Del Norte High School, students line up for health screenings before heading onto campus. They're attending class in... At Del Norte High School, students line up for health screenings before heading onto campus. They're attending class in person with their teachers who are participating in a pilot program with PowayUSD's Technology and Innovation Department, testing out what's called a simultaneous or concurrent teaching model.
A concurrent teaching model it's a model of teaching where we're able to serve our students both virtually and on campus simultaneously in the same classroom.
Essentially, technology is set up in the classroom to allow teachers to reach all of their students at the same time.
The solution that we created is giving teachers the flexibility to deliver their instruction simultaneously without creating separate work for each of those groups of students.
We visited a few of these pilot classrooms to see what this might look like. In Scott Coates' AP Government class, students were discussing the Federalist Papers. The in-person students were divided into small groups, and the virtual students were divided into breakout rooms on Zoom.
What about their term makes it justifiable?
Mr. Coates moved from the in-person groups to the virtual groups, dropping in on each to answer questions and spur discussion. Students in the breakout rooms were able to signal that they needed help. Students in person could raise their hand to get Mr. Coates' attention. A microphone and speaker in the classroom allowed both the in-person students and virtual to hear each other's questions and Mr. Coates' responses. Mr. Jim Krenz teaches math. He has one camera focused on the whiteboard and another on his desktop, and he can switch between the two to control what his online students see in Zoom. He says he thought the biggest barrier would be mastering the technology.
I just grew into this, and I had zero technology experience coming into this. And so what I just told myself is, anything that you do different than the distance learning is going to be better, no matter what. And just constantly try to improve, right? So if you try this or something similar to it, things are going to pop up that you're not going to be happy with, but you're going to know what those are, and if they're fixable, dude, you'll figure it out. I mean, because if I can, anybody can, honestly.
Eduardo, you got any questions?
Mr. Krenz feels his online students and in-person students both benefit from this way of teaching.
So there is a lot going through my head about just thinking about the kids virtually, but if I think about them and get their instruction where it needs to be, the kids who are here in-house, in my classroom, is just even more powerful for them. It was no more work for the kids to come into class.
In Ms. Kimberly Pytel's chemistry class, she was preparing students for a lab on light spectra using a spectroscope. Ms. Pytel guided both her virtual and in-person students through the steps to take for the lab.
We changed the lab so that it was fully virtual, obviously, for this year. But because I happened to have kids in the classroom today, and this happened to be the day that we planned as our chemistry department to do this lab, I figured I might as well give them that sort of in-person opportunity, but also moved my computer, brought it to the actual gas tube, and showed the kids at home what the kids in class were seeing, so that it was a little bit more, personal in class.
She explained that her experience with virtual learning helped prepare her for this pilot program.
So for me, I knew all of the things that I was working with. It was just one extra piece for me to add on to what I normally do is having, two computers logged into a Zoom and being able to switch back and forth between those. And I don't know if I was really intimidated by any of it personally, but that's not to say that it wasn't a challenge. I mean, I would say give yourself grace. I think that, our students are very understanding and know that those things are going to go wrong, especially the first week that you practice. I think if it's better for any kids, for me, it's worth it.
Teachers interested in piloting the concurrent teaching model can contact their principal. The Technology and Innovation Department will work with secondary school sites to support the implementation of this model.
Thank you, Ms. Peck and Tech and Innovation, Dr. Burks, for the support for this pilot. So some of the things you heard from the teachers were, I planned for virtual learning, and then kids who are here, it's even more powerful. It's no more work for kids to come into the class. We also heard, give yourself grace. Our students are very understanding. If it's better for any kids, then it's worth it. Every system we have has had to undergo change due to COVID pandemic. We have all had to learn and relearn. We know our teachers are working very hard to deliver virtual learning and provide meaningful feedback to students. We're not asking them to do more, just try a different approach. Use their virtual learning lesson plans and deliver both live and in person. Next slide, please. One teacher had this to say, it's not harder, it's just different. With the pandemic, everything is different. As we know, we have revamped almost every system in education, from enrollment to textbook distribution, graduation, registration, and the list goes on. Next slide, please. So why is this so complex? In addition to the challenges of reorganization, as Mr. Lemaster mentioned, the context is changing. Next slide, please. If we think back to where we were in July, it is safe to say there have been significant changes to where we are now that have affected our families, students, staff, and faculty. As was shared earlier, the California tiered system is new, and San Diego is in the red tier, which does allow schools to reopen. The California Department of Public Health guidelines require us to include cohorting students, physical distancing, face masks, and pre-screening. As case rates continue to move up and down, teachers' circumstances, perceptions, and concerns about returning have also shifted. As part of the site leaders looking at their reopening plans, they've had to consider this new reality, and as part of those follow-up conversations with staff, site leaders have learned many teachers have circumstances in their lives that have changed since July. We have some teachers who are now pregnant or taking care of family members, or who have recently learned of pre-existing conditions that put them at higher risk. We also have some teachers who indicated in July they wanted to return when it's safe to do so, but at this time feel it's not safe considering the number of cohorts they would be exposed to each day. This is a similar sentiment with some of our classified staff as well. Teachers have also expressed some concerns around the concurrent simultaneous model. When they indicated in July that they would return for on-campus instruction, their understanding was it would be similar to what we had in March, pre-March 13th. Teachers are starting to feel more comfortable and effective in the virtual setting, and some of our students and parents have shared that they prefer virtual learning over in-person, at least at this time. We share this to illustrate that even though we had July data from our families and faculty, the landscape has changed, and as a result, some additional challenges have emerged that are impacting the reopening on our secondary campuses. Next slide, please. This is just a glimpse of the data that administrators have gathered after contacting staff about their on-campus selection in July to see if it had changed. This data reflects a range of changes. For example, you can see School 3 had 39 teachers that had selected on campus, and now 25 teachers have changed their mind. And so that middle school is looking at opening with 14 on-campus teachers. Next slide, please. This is a glimpse of our high school data. Again, one of the examples, you can see the range, but you can see that School 5 had 29 teachers who indicated they needed or desired to remain virtual. And then you can see School 1 had 6 teachers, but you can see overall 73 teachers at high schools have indicated a change. So overall, 50 teachers at the middle school, 73 at the high school have changed their minds around returning. This new data has impacted site leaders' ability to reopen their campuses regardless of the model that we've discussed. It also illustrates how different our communities are and how teacher concerns and needs have changed and how each site solution will need to be unique. Next slide, please. So as we indicated last month, we are looking very carefully at what are other districts doing to reopen secondary campuses. Next slide, please. You can see that Grossmont is often referred to. Well, Grossmont is open, why can't we? So let's look at Grossmont's model. They've opened their campuses so that each student, they have organized their kids so that 25% of the kids are on campus. So kids are on campus 1 day a week, learning independently 3 days a week, and then a virtual day with their teacher on Friday. Carlsbad, San Marcos, similar to our AB model, where students would be on campus for 2 days per week and asynchronous or independent the other 3 days, but not until January.
Ms. Osborne, when you say asynchronous or independent, that means that that the students would not have any contact with their teachers for those other 3 days, correct?
That is correct. It would be similar to distance, some of the experiences of distance learning where students would go on Canvas, the assignments would be there, and it would be like independent study for students. Thank you for that clarification. Escondido Union High School District has linked their reopening to the California tiered system. So right now, they're bringing small groups of students on campuses similar to what we are doing, prioritizing high need students. When San Diego moves into the orange tier, they will begin their AB schedules like the other districts that have planned. Vista, as of now, and their board meeting is this evening, are planning to reopen fully with students on campus. However, they are not following the CDPH guidelines and the plan that we have learned of, that they would have up to 38 kids in a classroom. And finally, we did look at even one of our private schools in the area, and they have purchased technology so that teachers can utilize the concurrent simultaneous model. They split their classes in half, so students are on campus 2 to 3 days per week. However, the students who are not physically at school are at home or in a supervised learning area along with their classmates, so they utilize their gym as well. Obviously, they have a different funding model to make this happen, but in talking with Dr. Burks, we believe we have the webcams and the laptops that would support that in Poway. Next slide, please. So for board consideration, next slide, please. Conditions needed for reopening. We feel that one of these needs to be in place to fully reopen our secondary schools. The California Department of Public Health changing the physical distance requirement would allow us to reopen. San Diego County tier moving to orange, PFT has indicated that secondary teachers are concerned with the large number of students on campus, the multiple cohorts interacting each day, and the challenges with our high school students and middle school students wearing masks consistently and then mixing outside of class, as well as the science of children ages 12 to 17 being more susceptible to COVID and the case rates being higher. While our younger students from preschool through elementary are consistently wearing their mask, there are questions about whether our middle and high school, sorry, board member, that would they consistently wear their masks. So the other option would be if the governor orders all schools to reopen, or if we have teachers and staff willing to return in significant numbers for support for supervision and on-campus learning. Next slide, please. So these are our staff recommendations for the board's consideration. Remain virtual at middle and high school, and sites would continue to collaboratively develop their plans for on-campus learning, and they would open based on their site models and their grading periods. We'd like to encourage more teachers to pilot the concurrent and simultaneous model on campus, and our tech and innovation team is ready to support that. Continue to expand our different groups and cohorts, clubs on campuses, and then to provide supervised support during the school day for our highest need learners. We're also recommending that our principals hold community forums in the next 2 weeks so they can speak directly to their community and their context about numbers of students on campus and staff and what those challenges are that are unique to each school. We'd like sites to be able to gather questions directly from families next week and then provide forums the week of October 26th. Next slide, please. Now we'll open it up for questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Osborne. That was a long presentation, a lot of information. I had a few, but I'll ask my first one. When you talked about on slide 23, concurrent model means that we don't have to change schedules or choices or electives. How does that work where the classes don't have a 50-50 split on the students who chose virtual versus in-person?
So that's one of the unique pieces that they would have to look at and maybe have a spot on campus for overflow. If you had 3/4 of the class on campus and they can't all be in the classroom at one time, we'd be looking at using available space on campus. And that's where we would still have some supervision needs, but it wouldn't be the same as the supervision needed if we don't have teachers and staff back on campus. So
with the physically distancing, then we have an absolute limit of the number of kids who can actually be in the classroom. But if there were more than that who chose on campus, they would be technically on campus, but not in the classroom. So they'd still be taking the class on their laptops.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. I understand. Dr. Patel.
Can I ask a follow-up? So specifically a follow-up to this question. So in that concurrent simultaneous model, if that was to work, we would not be talking about an A-B split to virtual kids as well as on-campus kids. Is that how I'm understanding it? That there would be 50% cohort on campus, so we wouldn't need that? Because that's an absolute concern. You know, VLA families, a lot of them chose VLA because they wanted daily instruction. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Yes. So the VLA would have daily instruction in the concurrent simultaneous model. And we would, depending on the numbers, and again, that's a factor that is unique to classes and campuses, that there may need to be a split of, because we have a large number on campus, we may need to have some AB just to structure how many are on campus each day. So that's why we want to have the site forums, because there are some of those specifics that are unique to each of our campuses. So it may need to be some AB rotation just for organizing which kids are on campus when.
And so for those kids that would be in that AB split, would they be able to choose to be home on those days if they wanted to, or would they then be on campus and in a overflow room?
When you say A-B split, are you talking about the concurrent model? Because the concurrent model is not an A-B split. So the concurrent model simultaneous would be keeping all kids with their same master schedule. And then the teacher would be the concurrent teacher teaching both the VLA students, like we saw in the video, on the computer at the same time that they have kids presently in their class. So it would be instruction every day simultaneously at the same time.
Okay, so that is what I'm hearing, but it says requires AB split to achieve CDPH recommendations.
No, because what would happen then is that
more of an AB split in an overflow room.
Correct.
Okay.
And the good thing about the simultaneous option is that also, like, let's say a child does get COVID outside, right, and they have to quarantine. They could then still continue to take that class, but online from home. So there's less disruption from the kids or from learning. So.
Yeah, that dreaded OCIS packet of cycles.
Well, they wouldn't have to do that either.
Right. So I like the benefit of that, the teachers and the students not having to go into some kind of OCIS world during their quarantine
There's some
phases.
research that has been done across districts across the county and country, because the secondary reopening is a huge struggle, not just for Poway Unified. It's a struggle all the way across the country. Secondary administrators all over the country are trying to figure this out because of all the challenges that we found, right? And so, some can say, okay, we're reopened, like what Grossmont Union did. But when I was talking to some of my friends, their kids go, okay, I look forward to going to school, but my child gets to go to school every Monday. But then the other 4 days, they have nothing to do. So if they finish all their homework or their work on Tuesday, then Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they're not doing anything. And so my concern is that kind of a model, although bringing them back to campus, that hybrid type of model really disrupts the learning. And my concern as an educator is, are they going to be able to get in all of the curriculum that they need within this given period of time? And I just feel like since we've closed, the gap of learning that our kids are missing out on, it just further grows. And so the simultaneous model, although right now I think some teachers are hesitant because I don't think they're familiar and I don't think that they fully understand it. And I think that if we're allowed to pilot it and teachers are able to see it in action by by other teachers, like through the video that we just showed, maybe given some time that they would be willing to experiment and try it out. So, as Ms. Osborne shared earlier, a lot of the data has changed for various reasons. Teachers' circumstances have changed, whatever it is. But with those changes really makes it further impossible or difficult for administrators then to figure out, no matter what model we do other than the simultaneous and concurrent, makes it impossible for scheduling. You can't schedule kids on campus even 60%, even 50% with only 14 teachers on campus. So those are some of the struggles. And so looking at that, there was a research article that was published recently about some districts thinking about and trying the concurrent simultaneous model. And so that's something that we would like to further explore.
Ms. Bilsma.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I think any sort of asynchronous model where students are home multiple days a week, not having any instruction, is just unacceptable. We cannot be doing that as a district, not only because of the problem that Dr. Phelps presents, but also the opposite end. And even myself, I consider myself a high achieving student. If I'm not in a class or I don't have a Zoom there and I'm assigned work, it's a struggle to get myself out of bed, up to my desk, logging into Canvas. it's just impossible for students to learn that way, and I think that's just an option that we can't consider at all.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Couvret.
So I have a whole list, but I'm going to start with one. Sorry. This is obviously near and dear to my heart since I do have a high schooler as well, and I've been reading all the letters of people wanting to get their kids back, and we're seeing the joy from the elementary school kids, so we want our other kids to participate in that. As we're learning this concurrent possible method, I mean, I have to do hats off to the teacher from where they went to March to where they are now with the VLA. It's high quality learning, and I think that the teachers realize, hey, I got this and I'm doing some really great stuff, and now you want me to learn something new. And I have a lot of sympathy for that. I mean, when do they have time to learn that when now they have all this going on? So, you know, it's asking a lot of them. I think your video was showing so precisely that if they plan VLA, those kids being there just kind of reap the rewards from it. It's not necessarily teaching your in class, it's teaching your VLA with having people there. So my question is as we're starting this concurrent here and there, what are the kids doing the other periods? Because they don't have time to go home to log in. So if their second period, you know, math teacher is doing this, what are they doing first, third, fourth, and fifth right now?
That's a good question. Mr. LeMaster, you okay?
Yes, thank you, sorry. So the question is, the students that are doing the pilot program right now, is that correct? So right now the students are coming onto campus and they are engaging in this simultaneous concurrent learning. And then if they have the means to go home, they can, of course, with parent permission. But also if they do need to stay on campus, then they're being provided a space to be on campus to learn virtually.
Thank you.
So I'll even just tell you my personal situation. So my daughter goes to her third period class 2 days a week at her high school. And so then on days that she does not have a ride to get there just for third period because the classes zoom in like right after each other, she'll be dropped off early in the morning at the start of school, and she'll do periods 1 and 2 in a resource room on her computer. Then she'll walk to the room where they're holding the class in person for third period. And then after that is her lunch. So either she gets picked up at that time and dropped back off at home to do fourth and fifth period, or she just stays there the rest of the day to finish off her fourth and fifth period classes in a resource room.
I have a question about the simultaneous model. Really does sound like it might be fabulous. It doesn't, though, resolve the concerns of staff about multiple cohort exposures. That's still an issue. I'm looking at the changes since the July survey for the teachers. Do we have any information about whether these are hard no's or are they subject to reassurances based on, and I think I saw that, moving into the orange tier possibly, or understanding more about and having more confidence in the safety precautions we've taken? Because if they aren't willing to come back, concurrent model, A, B, none of it matters because we can't do it without the teachers.
And that is a concern. And so I think as you see 50 and 73 at the high school, reasons run the gamut. In some cases, it's what Dr. Patel mentioned, is that our teachers are working really hard and their virtual is going and they're stressed doing that. And then to think about a change is a bit overwhelming. And I think we've all experienced that. And so I think that with the numbers of teachers, it's everything from what we mentioned. Some circumstances have changed. Some feel like they're finally getting into the groove with virtual learning. Let me keep going with this. And then just, I've never done concurrent. And it's, it's two things at once. I don't know. And so we're hoping this video and then support will encourage pilots at each of our sites so that we can grow this and help to bring the affective filter down around something new.
So one thing that concerns me is kind of a lack of a timeline on this. It just kind of open-ended. We're just going to go with it and see what happens. One thing that is curious to me is the number of teachers that have changed their mind. Is that a reflection of maybe how information was disseminated to the teachers? or how it just for one school to almost rebel in a way, or feel insecure. Sorry, okay, I must have said it the wrong way. Sorry, just try to get the political hat on here. Is there a way to coach, if we're putting our principals in charge of talking with their communities, is there a way to coach them or give them the necessary materials so that they can help get good information back and build on a program? Because I'm afraid if there's a lot of different voices, a Poway High mom is going to say something to a RB mom, and they're going to say, well, my principal didn't say that, or this is not how I understood the safety was going to be, or, you know, so is there going to be some consistency in the messaging just because people do talk between schools?
So the messaging during the community forums, is that what you're referencing?
And also principals to their teachers too.
So Mr. Lemaster and Ms. Lochtefeld are collaborating and coaching and meeting with the principals each week and providing that level of coaching and support, and we have gone out to the sites to visit. So we are looking at that consistency, and we will be supporting them with the community forums as well so that we can provide some consistent what to include so that we are have some coherence across our system. Yes.
So can I just add to that? So I'm framing this in regards to number 1, your first recommendation, to remain virtual and sites continue to collaboratively develop plans. So would this be, I'm assuming that this is with teachers, with department leaders, with PFT reps, possibly with a student or a couple students in there?
That's a good question. I'm not sure that they've had students yet, but they've been planning mostly with their leadership teams to gather the data and look at the master schedules. But I don't know that they have brought in their student leaders yet.
And then what about, and I think this is going back to what you were just explaining, at least for each site, I understand that because the ratios will be different between students and teachers and the course offerings are different, schedules are different, maybe there will be 11 unique plans, or what I have in my head is 11 dialects of plans. But there will be a uniform process how they reach those plans so that everyone's considering the same variables as they get there.
Yes.
Is that what I'm understanding?
That is correct, because we're also collaborating with PFT, and so we've given some parameters for consideration, and so they're looking at some different schedules that we want to maximize kids' time on campus. And so looking at those and other parameters, we also have to look at transportation and schedules. And so they've mapped out some different schedules, and they are doing that with a design team or a leadership team. And then they are having all staff take a look at those and having staff meetings, which, you know, those don't happen every week, but to have the staff meetings so staff has input and conversations around what the planning teams are coming up with.
And to Ginger's other point about timeline, would this then follow around what the board had discussed previously was around a grading period? Is that still an option, or is that a visiting point that, okay, let's see if we can get this by the grading period? Or are we looking at a whole new timeline?
So grading periods are natural points where there are some natural, especially at high school, there are some course changes at some of those points. So that is something that we're looking at, is having a natural break. We're also thinking about, you know, the winter break and coming back in January and thinking about where would that be a natural break as well. So we're looking at when would it make sense for kids and staff to have those transitions.
Ms. Beatty has some questions.
Actually, I just had a comment. I wanted to thank our staff for the presentation. Clearly, a lot of time and research and thought has been put into, you know, how to bring our students back virtually or in person. I think the recommendations are solid, providing flexibility for the individual school sites. And I do think that the concurrent model is the way to go moving forward. I work in the criminal court system, and the courts have been doing this since March, this hybrid approach where folks are in person or they're participating via Zoom or telephonically, and all doing this simultaneously, throughout the day for a full 8-hour day. So I think that as Superintendent Phelps pointed out, provides the best model for flexibility, especially if there is, you create a sort of a bubble environment, and a student or staff has to quarantine for a certain period of time. There's a seamless transition from in person to remote participation. So I just wanted to commend staff and support the recommendation. Thank you.
I'll begin by echoing Ms. Beatty's comments, thanking staff for the presentation. I've probably been uncharacteristically quiet during this whole time. I'm just taking it all in. It is a lot to take in. The emails that we've received are a lot to take in. Separate and apart from the other issue that I'll address in my board member comments, there are a lot of emails about another issue too. It's somewhat overwhelming, if not, I don't think I'm understating that. And it's clear the dramatic difference between elementary and secondary. You did a pretty great job of explaining why AB and AM/PM doesn't exactly work in the secondary world. You did as equally of a good job of explaining why the concurrent simultaneous model seems to be the perfect answer for the secondary world. Were it not, and correct me if I'm wrong, seemingly only coming down to whether or not we have enough teachers at individual school sites willing to make the concurrent or simultaneous model work. I do like the idea of holding the community forums for the individual school sites the week of, I think you said, October 26th. Probably the sooner the better. I'd very much think there's a lot of value to individual school sites, principals, specifically explaining to their respective communities the reasons why their respective schools are encountering the challenges that they are. And if they are unable to deliver on a concurrent simultaneous model. I agree with Ms. Couvrette that the only troubling part, the only timeline I really heard was the timeline for the community forums, the week of the 26th. Another timeline I would like is to, I think the board ought to establish at least a goal of having our secondary school sites. I'm looking at a minimum. I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not wed to it for further discussion, but of getting all of our secondary sites to a simultaneous concurrent model by after the winter break. I'd love to see it sooner, but I'm being realistic. I don't think that would happen based upon everything we know now. And so I think that part of the community forums held at individual school sites would really require principals and others to explain to their communities why they would not be able to meet that after winter break timeline, or will make it. And so one question I have, I think back to there's one similarity a little bit here of what we're doing with what we did with the elementary schools, in that there was a date upon which a certain number of schools had indicated their willingness and readiness to return to campus. It'd be great if by the week of October 26th, and I don't know, maybe you know if there are some secondary schools already who have indicated their willingness to move to a concurrent simultaneous model. Are there schools that have indicated that?
As we indicated, we have currently for teachers piloting. And so we are trying to work with teachers and encourage more. And ideally, we'd like to have someone on every campus or more, multiple teachers on every campus piloting so that they can talk with their colleagues. So we are trying to encourage more to step into the pilot.
And what I don't want to see happen, I certainly don't want to have the principals get out in front of the teachers and commit their schools to the simultaneous concurrent model if the teachers aren't ready to commit to that. So maybe that goes hand in hand with those community forums the week of October 26th.
The nice thing about this model, though, Mr. Zane, is that even if a teacher committed and still stayed virtual, the students who were supposed to go on campus still can go on campus.
Right. And that's where I think, again, you did a great job of explaining why AB, AM, PM is so bad. It doesn't really work. This model is the one that would work best, but it really relies upon the willingness of individual teachers. And it may be that some school sites are ready, willing, and able to do that sooner than others. As much in the same way that was the case in elementary. Some schools were ready, willing, and able to go before the others. But maybe the community needs to be prepared for that. And I think there was one community member who actually said something in an email that resonated with me. They need some definitive something definitive as far as our secondary school is going to be going back to in-person this school year or not. Because if they're not, they want to know sooner than later because they might make different plans for themselves and their family. And they have every right to do so, and we should afford them the respect and courtesy to do that and not string it out all the way through the holidays and not know. So I think that these community forums are a great opportunity. See if we can get some of these school sites into a position where they tell their community members, yeah, we're going to work toward this goal of getting to this concurrent simultaneous model after the winter break.
I find myself still attached to the end of the quarter and end of the trimester, promise, non-promises we were making about moving our students and families who chose in-person back to in-person. And I find myself, I'm still attached to that day and hearing that we're looking at...
Is that day being November something?
Yeah, I think it's November
9th or 30th, depending on the school.
Yes, I'm still very attached to those days. Though what I'm hearing here is that the simultaneous model could obviate the need to change it at a break because we won't need to change classes in any way. That doesn't mean I'm not still attached to that timeline. Principals holding community forums in the next 2 weeks, putting that out at October 26th is disappointing to me too. It's taking too long. Those November dates are flying away very quickly at that rate.
But that's why I expressed my pessimism as to whether or not those dates would even become possible at that point.
I feel like we have 11 principals who need to form 11 committees immediately with parents, students, teachers, staff, all of those people. I know they have an existing site team. You mentioned it in the presentation a couple times, but I feel like those 11 committees at 11 sites have to happen instantly because I agree with what Mr. Zane is saying. Every community needs to understand what the barriers are at their particular site and understand how their teachers and their parents and the students are willing to overcome those barriers or not. Because we don't have a cohesive problem that operates district-wide except AB model and AM/PM just aren't going to work. I mean, I think you ably have outlined several months in a row for us, several meetings in a row, why that's difficult, and today I think impossible to do without severe disruption. And I know that the board, I have heard from many parents who don't want it either. They'd rather not go back than have their children disrupted in that way and their schedules. Yeah, go Ginger. I'm struggling
a comment
here.
on that too. So I was at Painted Rock, and he was saying how every day they've learned a little more, they've tweaked a little, they've done that. So the idea of this concurrent it's new for people. I think some teachers will be able to adapt easier to it. I think some subjects will be easier to adapt to it. And just to gradually encourage teachers, okay, come on campus and do your VLA from your room. Okay, now invite a couple of the kids that are struggling to come in and sit with you in the back, whatever, they don't have to be close to you, but to be on campus and to see you, but still teach it virtually. And just somehow get it a rolling, because I think we're going to get a snowball there when they start getting it and it's going to work. And it doesn't have to happen on November 9th. It can just kind of progress. That's kind of what I would like to see versus a hard, okay, this is the first day of school, and do it that way. But just to start getting it going and encouraging those teachers to give it a shot.
So that might work. I really think just that getting teachers used to the idea of doing it. What I want to know is, I know we got rid of our October Progro Day. We moved it to the, right? Or September. It was a September Progro. We shifted that to the front. Do we have any more Progro days between? How do we get the teachers their training? I guess that's really the essence of my question.
So the only group that has one professional growth day on the calendar before there is one for everyone at the end of January, but the high schools have a professional growth day on October 26th.
On that note, though, some clarification. We have some waivers from the state about number of hours and number of days of instruction. Would it apply to this? Could we move one?
So that's kind of where I'm leading to.
That doesn't currently exist at all.
Can we move it, or could we have a asynchronous day?
Okay, so let me answer both of those questions.
Sorry.
So we can't add another non-student day because the SB 98 allows us reduced instructional minutes, but we are tied to the 180 student days. So we have no flexibility with student days. We can, however, schedule like an asynchronous day so that teachers would assign that work, but we would have to work that through with PFT because we just worked through that with discussing conferences. And so that is still planning for that and then having that. But I think that we are trying to work on how can we find some professional learning time that might be looking at some office hours, and PFT is currently surveying teachers about their preference for some professional learning time so that we could get some input and identify ways to create professional learning time. In addition, at the high schools have a full non-student day October 26th, but it would be our middle schools that would also need to have some of that time.
I have a question that kind of goes back a little bit from when Mr. Mazzell was saying how they had to hire so many special ed teachers and subs. How does that play into the high school now? If we had to hire that much for the special ed, what are we looking at to get this concurrent going?
So we would still have a supervision, if we have kids that are in an overflow room. So that's where we need staff. So we need to make sure that our classified staff and that we have teachers who, or substitutes that would be available to help with supervision. So that's part of what the planning is right now, is what is your number for supervision needs on your campuses. As we heard, one middle school has their whole math department at one grade level that needs to remain virtual. So if those kids are on campus, we need to have supervision for those kids. And so that each site does have that information for their supervision needs.
Thank you.
So I wanted to ask a question, actually relates again something Ms. Couvret just said, as far as when this sort of teaching methodology begins, it has the potential to snowball, become more successful, more teachers do it, they understand it, they learn it. And I want to relate that to the fact that there obviously is an increase in the number of teachers who have indicated they want to continue teaching virtually. How far have we dug down in the data on that to find out, or rather, let me put it this way. If their preference, or they're saying we only want to teach virtually, then maybe the teaching virtually should begin to be done from the classroom as a means toward getting some level of comfort in the learning process for teaching virtually from the classroom. Is that something that perhaps the board ought to consider moving, or at least directing that we move in that direction to get more teachers to teach virtually from a classroom?
I think the challenge would be if it's because of a medical need, you don't want them on campus at all, or they wouldn't want to be on campus.
There'd be obvious exceptions.
So if I can pause that, I have one other question while we consider that. So if say the school sites get together, they form their committee with a mix of people, and then they develop their plan, principals have their community forum, is there an opportunity, now that parents are hearing what their actual school plan looks like, will there be an opportunity for them to resurvey or to put in, actually, because this could work to our advantage, right? If there are more, for whatever reason, families that want to be virtual, that they're comfortable with that now, that reduces the number of students that are going to be on campus, and there might not need to be as many overflow rooms, for example. Of course, the flip side could also happen, creating larger challenges with Zoom fatigue and all of that. So
I'm not sure if there's actually a need to resurvey because, like, for example, the pilot classes at Del Norte, each teacher kind of surveyed their own classroom to determine how many kids in each period were going to be on campus. Because, and that's what actually makes it so nice, is because some kids can choose to be on campus for periods 1, 2, or 1, 3 and go home for 4, 5. And that's what kind of makes this model work, right? And so each teacher needs to kind of survey their own class to find out which kids are coming onto campus, which periods, whether, so that they know how many kids they're going to have in their classroom. And that'll also help us to determine which periods, which teachers need subs where or supervision where.
But is that survey request being done to the students directly, or are the parents being involved in how that choice is made?
I'm not sure exactly how the teachers did it. Like, my daughter basically told me she was going to school.
Right. But so for some families,
in that model, but I would assume that they would probably tell their kids, you know, go ask your parents, and then, because they would have to figure out transportation.
So then there's a peer pressure issue that students might be feeling, and transportation issues and things like that. I just have some concern around teachers asking students directly. I feel like there would be many students who would feel that the pressure of feeling like they needed to say yes.
Yeah. So then probably teachers.
I don't know, Emily. What?
I would just agree. I would say a teacher, even if it's like let's take a poll in our Zoom poll, who wants to come back? You know, that creates very much of, I want to come back to school. Yeah. You know, versus like, I know I originally chose virtual. In this setting and where I'm at now, I would really be loving to go back to campus. But, and with my parents and stuff, I would have to have that conversation with my parents.
Yeah.
And that's a conversation I haven't had yet. And so I would feel really uncomfortable personally. And I assume many other students, and in talking with many other students, feel that same, I don't know where I'm at with my family right now. I don't know what my decision would be. And I think for teachers to kind of say, okay, who wants to come back? I think that's a really uncomfortable situation to put our students in. So I would really agree with Dr. Patel in recommending to, even if it is just individual teachers sending out an email to their students saying, hey, please fill this out with your parents. Do you want to come back for my class?
I don't think our teachers would just ask the kids and it would just go with that.
No, I feel like we're exploring something that is ridiculous right now. This would never happen. We can't let a minor decide whether they're coming back.
Exactly. So it would
Their
definitely
parents sign off on that.
Right. So it definitely would be a conversation that teachers would have, whether email or whatever, however they communicate with their. But what I'm saying is doing a school-wide survey is really hard to do. Because there may be certain periods that kids may be on campus versus not, is what I'm saying.
So could we do where each teacher sends out an email? Each teacher that's looking to pilot sends out an email to families saying, I'm going to be piloting our concurrent plan. Please let me know if your student is willing or if you as a family would like to come back to my class.
Because as you're as attached as you are to the 9th and the 30th dates, we also committed at some point, once we changed our schedules completely that we would allow another opportunity for parents to decide if they were still comfortable with where they're at. And I imagine family situations have changed, and I imagine that comfort levels, maybe they thought they could handle Zoom and they really can't. They thought that it would be okay, but it's just not working. The motivation is falling by the wayside, and they want to come back on campus.
There's inverse to that too.
Absolutely, absolutely. And then some families, they really want to just be virtual. They're comfortable with it now. They like the flexibility.
So again, kind of back to the idea you paused. I'm going to come back to what you paused. You talked about just now surveying and gaining a better understanding of what makes parents and the students more comfortable. Perhaps an idea to help make teachers more comfortable before the start of the new year is teaching virtually from a classroom and learning the technology, the same tools that they would be using upon a transition to the concurrent or simultaneous model. And when I say teachers teaching virtually from a classroom, that doesn't mean that all of a sudden we're going to assign teachers to the classroom. It means they have the classroom to themselves because they wanted to teach at home virtually without a cohort. Well, perhaps once they're in a classroom learning the technology and gaining some comfort returning to the workplace and doing that, perhaps that eases into kind of right to Ms. Couvrette's earlier point.
I know that there are teachers who have been doing that since school started, teaching
Yes,
virtually from their classrooms, and quite a number, actually.
There are.
Just peeking in on my own children's school Zoom work, you can, you're in the classroom, I see that. I want to find a way to do this, and I want to find a way to do it soon. I have one child back in person and one child still at home, and going back to campus has been amazing for one, and not going back has been exceedingly difficult in just countless ways for the other. And I know that we're hearing from a ton of families who are telling us the stories about their children and the problems they're having and the difficulties and the mental health challenges, and I know what those are. It's happening in my house too. Oh gosh, there's no answer here we're gonna do this on December 1st. I don't feel like that's here for us.
I don't think it is either, but that goes back to my earlier point about the community forums and the opportunity for principals to really tell their community why they can or they cannot move to a synchronous concurrent model after the winter break.
And if it's with the committee, maybe they can know why. What is the barrier? And once we figure out the barriers, we can start to address them.
But getting an answer to the parents and the students, for that matter as well, what is or is not going to be possible for their respective school site, sooner the better. Because it goes back to what I said, they deserve to know, and they need to know sooner than later.
But on that, like I said, this kind of the rolling plan of getting the teachers there, having them invite a couple of kids who might be needing more work, getting more small groups. Because one thing that I've been reading on the letters is they just need, it's almost more valuable to be in small groups. It isn't just be in a classroom. The ASB needs to kind of figure it out. And, just a lot of our different groups, not just those that need help academically, but those just who need to be with their friends, to give them that opportunity. Just to encourage our high schools to start to do that. I'm sure some high schools and groups are, but maybe there should be a little more encouragement for those that want to do that to be able to get back, because they're allowed to now. And I don't know if they understand that they're allowed to.
I would try to summarize what we've all been saying, but I can't. Where do we want to go next? Dr. Patel.
I think we have to start with number one. Let's start with number one. So let's say we move forward to recommend for today and tomorrow. They continue virtual, but they continue to work collaboratively to develop a plan. When can we expect a plan? Are we looking at before or after the community forums? Is this list a list that's happening in series, or is this all happening concurrently?
Well,
how am I reading this list?
Before you answer that, perhaps Dr. Patel, actually, I would suggest the plan has to come after the community forum, first and foremost. And so you're raising a great question, however, and that is to say that perhaps if the community forums begin the week of October 26th, that we direct these individual school sites to come forward with their plan by third week of November.
Okay, I have an issue with your comment that there can't be a plan before the forum. I think there has to be, because parents will want specifics. What does this look like? How do I know if I want my child to participate in that?
Well, I'm just suggesting that if they came out with a plan,
specifics.
the community might say, well, you came out with a plan without our input.
Well, this is why I was saying tomorrow, 11 principals need to form 11 committees.
Fair enough.
Immediately.
Fair
Tomorrow.
With parents.
I see your point.
With students.
Yes, I think it
And hold the
should-
forums.
And with their staff.
And then hold the forum.
And they have 2 weeks to talk about it.
You're not going to bed tonight.
I understand your point.
I know I'm throwing this at principals, but they're the ones who are in a position to know what their site needs and who their site leaders are, who need to be in the pre-discussion meetings.
And just to reiterate, the principals have been meeting with teachers and leadership teams and having these conversations and drafting options and pushing those out to their staff. They have been doing that internally, and so I think they are able to share some of those draft considerations in the forum, but they haven't reached a place of a plan, and teachers are teaching right now and finding that time to pull teachers in for a committee and to pull students in. That is like, to do that in 5 days is I don't know that it's feasible.
I think the community forums, that we're not recommending those as, only one. And the initial one is to present the initial struggles with that particular community and then provide opportunity for the community and the parents to provide input and understanding the challenges that are going on at that specific site, because the challenges at Poway High is different than the ones at Mount Carmel and at the various middle schools as well too. So allowing parents to have that input, a time to understand the challenges and the differences at each school is the first community forum. I think the community forum in which Ms. O'Connor Radcliffe is talking about is then, yes, once you talk that through, work with staff to have a plan, then share with the community the plan and then answer questions there. That's a different kind of a forum.
So my issue with that, though, is that it appears that Ms. Osborne's team has done all of that data work for them. They should be able to present their problems. Why do they need 2 weeks to present their problems?
We have the data from the sites. They've given us that
So they know
data.
what it is already. Why do they need 2 weeks to present that?
They need to, what we want them to be able to do is gather questions from their community so that they know and they're speaking and answering the questions of the parents, not just assuming they know the questions. You're receiving those communications, they're receiving some, but they wanted to be able to, like they did for an earlier forum, provide an opportunity for parents to provide questions in the categories and then be able to address those questions and be responsive.
And I know I'm pushing the timeline, and I intend to. I'm pushing.
Well, and I feel that because we delayed the start of school by a couple of weeks because we thought we could come in person. And then now we're at the end of October, and then we'll be in Thanksgiving, and then we'll be in the holidays. So this is so hard. I just don't want to give up and say we'll deal with it in January. In my heart, I can't do that. Yeah. So that's why, just to get the ball rolling, I just think we need to tell people this is the direction that we're going. Each site's going to have difficulties. Let's talk about those difficulties. But this ball is rolling, just depends on what site, how fast it's going to roll, and if it's going to deviate a little to the right or left. But let's get the ball rolling, because I think we've settled on what we kind of need to do.
Yeah, I don't think anybody here wants to wait until January to figure it out. And I think, if anything, it's figure it out so that you can announce what each site is doing
And I'm also thinking, looking through the recommendations, I don't think of course we support those 5 recommendations. It's the timeline that is the question mark. The certainty for our families who have been looking for that since March, and frankly, we've all been looking for it in every venue that we live in, and school is just one of those, and there's no certainty anywhere, and it sure would be great if we could provide some.
Listen, I'm with you in terms of not wanting to push it out, but it's not exactly, it's just over a week to the start of the week of October 26th. And so you also need to, I would think, provide adequate time and noticing for parents to schedule to participate in this community forum. So this isn't something that I think you can do in 2 or 3 days and get enough participation, because then the complaint would be, you didn't give me enough time to plan and I couldn't schedule it and I wanted to be part of
Are
it.
you telling me I'm not being realistic with my timeline?
That's right.
Mr. Zane, I object.
So I'll bring it back. What would you like from us at this point? What is the ask?
I think the ask is to approve the recommendations that staff has made, and I know it's missing the timeline, and that is because I think it's going to be a little different for each school site, but I think that they have drafted some plans, and I think we all see concurrent simultaneous as an option. We need to be able to bring teachers along.
Yeah,
we
absolutely.
And so that's that's where I think these recommendations provide some next steps to be able to continue to bring people along, so it's not being forced.
But we do have the week of the 26th for forum, so that is a fixed point.
That is correct. We have met with principals yesterday and today and had them put that on their calendar so that they would be scheduling and preparing for that.
We have a board meeting on November 12th.
I was just going to say that. What could be our deliverable for November 12th?
What are we going to know by then? What are we going to know?
And can I request that the middle school, elementary school, and high school won't be on the same night? Or will we do it traditionally, like for the forums? Thursdays for elementary, Wednesdays for middle school. Would it be something like that?
Yeah, elementary won't need to have a forum, but
right.
The high schools, when we did the forums in August, they worked out so that one was one day and the other was the other day. So we will make sure that middle school is on one day and high schools are on a different.
So could we have a possibility of coming back at November 12th and having each school site having at least a general idea of when they can start bringing students back on campus in projected and larger numbers?
Yes, I think we can work towards that and come back with a plan for bringing students, even if it's, like what Ms. Couvret has talked about, that teachers are on campus and they're going to start having kids, so that we would have some sense of a timeline of what each of the schools are going to be doing to bring kids back.
There's a deliverable.
And I might even add, if you don't think you're going to make that target, a heads up to the board ahead of time.
If there aren't 11 plans on that day, I would love to see any one that does exist. I'm going to stop with my faster at this point. It's not happening. Can we have a motion and a vote on these 5 recommendations at least, and then we can see if we need to form something else as well?
I'll make the motion. My mic's on. Motion to approve the recommendations. Do you want to come back in November with plans?
No, let's hold that for a second. Okay. Let's approve these 5 if we can. Is there a second?
I'll second you add to point 5 the week of October 26th.
Okay. We're adding that. So with a motion by Dr. Patel and a second by Mr. Zane, are we ready to vote at least on these 5 recommendations? What? For the preferential vote, Ms. Bilsma.
Aye.
Thank you. And for everyone else, can we agree on these? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, so we're unanimous on these 5 recommendations with that October 26th week of meetings. Okay, added on. Do we want to throw anything else at the wall at this point? That was just for emphasis.
I don't know, it's November 12th is the next board meeting. I would suggest that November 12th, we ask for a preliminary plans. Is that what we want to call them?
I almost think that goes without saying that we will have to have an update on November 12th.
Yeah.
Does it go without saying that no one's going to have a plan ready before that? Because I don't want to prevent someone from opening before our November 12th board meeting.
You want to schedule
if they're
special?
ready.
Well, kind of like the elementary schools, when some of them are ready earlier and we let them go ahead and do that and
Exactly.
and start rolling in a slow phase-in plan. If some schools are ready to do that, then I would encourage them to do that. And then by November 12th, present those plans of those schools, and then hopefully by November 12th, we'll have a plan for all of the secondary schools to determine when and where.
I'd enthusiastically support that.
So can I add? We can have plans, and the question mark we have is staffing. And so that's the, I call it the $1 million question, because there is money associated with supervision and staffing. So it is one of the concerns as they've developed plans is who can cover these classes. So that is, they have their plans drafted, but it is the staffing question. But we can bring that back as well, and I can work with Mr. Little about kind of what our financial needs are so that we can look at how do we address the gap. And it's substitutes and classified staff, and do we have the people to fill? So that's one of the big questions that our sites are grappling with.
And I do understand that the Personnel Commission now has worked much more efficiently at bringing people through the hiring process. So that's a good thing that process got tightened up.
We don't need a vote on anything that we've just said, though. Is there anything that anyone else wants to talk about right now? We've been on this topic for a long time. I'm glad we took the break before we started it. Any closing thoughts? Are we closing down on this? It feels like we are.
Just to get clarification on Mr. Zane's point that he made earlier for staff, because we're kind of unclear, is that we heard different things that the board said about talking about bringing staff back on campus to teach virtually from their classrooms, to start that process of getting used to being back on campus. I just want clarification for staff direction.
I feel like that sort of falls under recommendation number 2 here. Sort of the idea.
That's true. It does, I guess, technically fall under point 2.
If indeed the concurrent simultaneous model is a lot like just teaching virtual, but there happen to be students in front of you too, sounds like that's the first step to encouraging a pilot, is to just have them come in and teach virtually from the classroom and see what the technology looks like. What are the camera options? What would they need to, if they were going to be writing on a board or something? So I think it's included in number 2.
Maybe as part of the report at the board meeting on November 12th, give the board an indication as to how many teachers are availing themselves of teaching virtually from the classrooms.
As I see it, our big issue here, though, is that if teachers don't want to or can't do this concurrent simultaneous model for some reason, those are sites that aren't going to be able to open.
Agreed.
Okay, just making sure I'm not misunderstanding the issue. Okay. Any other closing thoughts then from anyone? We've been at it a while. I think we threw out the kitchen sink on this one. So thank you for listening and bearing with us as we fight through what we're feeling and thinking here, trying to reach something. Okay, I'm going to close this one down if we're ready. Okay. 9.1 is the approval of 2020-2021 Special Education Community Advisory Committee members. Mr. Mizell.
Thank you, Madam President. So tonight we bring forward the names of the parents and community members interested in serving on the 2020-2021 Special Education Advisory Committee. This committee meets regularly and serves in an advisory capacity to our district, providing feedback on our special education programming and services. So we now ask the board to approve this committee.
Thank you. Are there any questions on this item? Comments? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Zane.
Second.
Second by Dr. Patel. Any discussion on this at all? Questions? No? All right. For our preferential vote, Ms. Bilsma.
Aye.
Thank you. And for everyone else, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
That's unanimous. Thanks very much, everyone. We are on our board member reports. The end is in sight. Let's start with Ms. Bilsma.
Thank you, Madam President, and good evening, everyone. So as virtual school continues, as I've expressed throughout the night, frustration has begun to arise within our student population, whether it be confusion on assignments, test anxiety, or a simple lack of motivation. Though understanding we must be doing all we can to ensure the safety of our community, I believe we should focus on a continued improvement of virtual learning and a continued plan for getting our students back in school, and as well as improving our mental health and wellness resources. This in mind, I recently attended a CSBMA student board member workshop where I gained invaluable knowledge on how to best move forward in honoring and bettering our students' mental health and wellness, and I hope to implement some of the suggestions of CSBMA in the upcoming month. Additionally, we had our first 2020-2021 Superintendent Student Advisory Council meeting on September 30th. SSAC is composed of a diverse and engaged group of students focused on the improvement of our district, who through SSAC will gain leadership skills, district knowledge, and the opportunity to serve our PowayUSD community. This year, SSAC hopes to focus on civic engagement as well as student mental health and wellness. And I'm looking forward to our upcoming meetings and the change I'm sure this group will foster. Furthermore, I was grateful for the opportunity to attend the Poway High Feeder Pattern Community Conversation last week. The Zoom event was outstanding, and I would like to personally thank Ms. Osborne, Dr. Willis, and Ms. Parham for hosting the event. It was beyond impactful and eye-opening, and I genuinely appreciate the work you each do for our community. While we did have a turnout of about 80 students, parents, staff, and administration, this number could have and should have been much higher, especially considering the information provided in Black and PowayUSD's new post. Poway High School represents 38.7% of all 840 complaints of racism on a high school campus submitted to the Black and PowayUSD account. I implore members of our Poway High feeder community to engage in the difficult conversations that must be had right now, and specifically ask that our school site leaders step up to address these issues. Our Black, Indigenous, and students of color are hurting, and we must continue to do better. And I'm grateful for the plan presented today, as I'm sure this will create the much-needed change. On that note, I'm grateful to be currently working with Gen Up PowayUSD and Black and PowayUSD to plan and host an educational webinar surrounding social and racial justice in our community and in our country. This webinar will feature guest speakers, including local human rights lawyers and college professors, student panelists, and informational presentations. Our live webinar will be taking place during the last week of October, tentatively, with more information coming soon. This past Monday, I celebrated Indigenous Peoples Day, and I hope our district and community did so as well. My celebration was in the form of taking time to learn about and acknowledge the struggles of Indigenous people in America. In honor of Indigenous Peoples Day, I did want to mention that tonight we are seated on the Kumeyaay land. Lastly, I would like to take a moment to honor the memory of my dear friend Maddie Taylor, who passed away in 2017 after a long and strong fight with multiple cancers. Today marks 3 years since her passing, and I'm grateful I was able to take time for her this morning by visiting her honorary tree and bench in Silverset Park. Her joyous humor and positive attitude are things we all need a little more of right now, and she will be forever missed. So with that, I conclude my board member report, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Patel.
I'll start off with some positives. Congratulations again to Dr. Burks and Principal Corso for your county recognitions at the annual Honoring Our Own event. It was the first time our committee has ever had to do this event virtually, and it was quite a task to take on for our members. But celebrating the outstanding administrators, board members, and community organizations is so critical now more than ever. No one gets into public education for the money, and this is usually a career of passion for making a difference in the lives of our children and our future. So it's nice to take time out to recognize these outstanding individuals. I also attended another session of the San Diego STEM ecosystem, and we worked on phase 2 of our design process. We detailed our strategies around 3 goal areas, which are career exposure and exploration, asset and gap mapping, and equity and access. We're working towards a model where we can give students real-world STEM opportunities, and it's a very exciting group of people to be working with. I also attended 2 of the 4 racial equity community conversations so far, and I'm encouraged to see the number of families participating along with our staff. I understand that there's a lot of hurt and broken trust, but what I also see is hope. Our community is willing to give us a chance to make this right. The framework plan that was presented tonight is another important step on this journey, and we know that this is a living document, and it will be adjusted as the processes and programs get developed. My sincerest thanks to Dr. Willis and Ms. Parham for moderating, mediating the event, as well as Ms. Osborne and her team for arranging these meetings. This is a very important step. Once again this month, I received many emails ranging from school reopening, racial equity plan progress, and the surplus site. Since our meeting tonight did not cover anything regarding the Santa Luz surplus site, I would like to acknowledge all of the community concern regarding this project. Although staff has put together slides of specific FAQs, I have heard and understand that the community would like to have some kind of meeting. I've made the request once again to staff, and what I understand is that it's coming. It's just that right now we're very occupied with getting our school reopening plan made. But what I see out in the community is that people are trying to quickly understand a very complex situation and trying to learn what led to the situation we're in now, where the district is considering a lease for Costco in some kind of urban village mixed-use development at that surplus site. There's a lot of partial information and misunderstanding traveling around our community, and it's certainly dividing us even further during these already very difficult and stressful times. My hope is that we will get this community meeting set up. Our community will be patient for when that happens, in whatever form it happens, and that the concerns can be addressed. Because as a community, we will have many more challenges to face together, and this doesn't need to fester any more than it already has. I'll wrap up my report with cautious optimism regarding our secondary sites working collaboratively to develop a plan that works for their school communities. I continue, though, to have concern for the teachers across the district that are struggling right now. I know many are able to make it work, and sometimes at the cost of personal and family time. I also know and have heard that many are out there struggling to find that balance of finding time to do their prep work for asynchronous instruction, wanting to do the best for their students and families, but are really quite stressed. We've also heard from families whose kids have not adjusted well to the online environment at all, and they're not learning well. My hope is that we'll take a little time each day to calibrate our expectations of ourselves, our families, and our service providers. This is a situation that was not caused by any one of us, and I genuinely believe we're all trying to be part of the solution. So please, let's continue to do that. Wear masks, stay distanced as much as possible, wash your hands, and be kind. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Beatty.
No report.
Thank you. Mr. Zane.
Thank you. 3 quick things. One, just a personal note of thanks, or not even necessarily a personal note of thanks, but a district note of thanks to Mayor Steve Voss and the Poway City Council for last week voting to allocate some resources for 200 of the needy families in the city of Poway for mobile hotspots and internet access to take advantage of our virtual learning here in Poway Unified. City of Poway continues to be a great partner with Poway Unified School District, and so we're grateful for that. I'm going to touch on 2 things Dr. Phelps did as well. The first I alluded to earlier. Make no mistake, we are getting a lot of emails as board members, and not just on reopening. Certainly, if not the hottest or the second hottest issue out there right now is the what everybody ubiquitously knows as the Costco issue, the surplus property in the Santa Luz community. We are not ignoring you. You were not agendized as an item the past 2 or 3 meetings, including this one, simply because our priority and our focus has been on the reopening of our schools and getting our kids back into school. I have had conversations with Dr. Phelps about this issue as well. There is a commitment on the district's part to do the requisite outreach. It will happen. It'll happen ahead of the district taking this up again, or the board taking this issue up again. I don't believe, I think it's probably safe to say that this issue is not likely to come up again this calendar year. And so to the extent that it comes up after the first of the year at some point, rest assured that between now and then there will be outreach by the district to gain more feedback on the issue by the end of the month. Thank you, Dr. Phelps. Secondly, also, I had intended on bringing this is a different topic altogether. I intended on bringing this up during the reopening update, but I share Dr. Patel's concerns regarding the immense number of our elementary school teachers who are just really, it's requiring everything they have just to hold on. We're really asking a lot of them. And so I would like to possibly see, and for discussion in November, what we can do to provide some sort of relief there. I know at one point or another it was discussed to look at a half a day or a Friday being a day for asynchronous learning. That would also provide some of our elementary school teachers the opportunity to really get organized and handle their workload a bit more efficiently. We hear, I wanted to say that we're hearing those concerns as board members as well from the teachers at the elementary school level. Those are not falling on deaf ears, and we intend to look into that and do more to help you out in that regard. So that concludes my board report.
Ms. Govret.
So I always prepare mine before the meeting, so I have to read it, and you'll hear some things I probably said earlier throughout some of the presentations as well. For the past 3 weeks, I've reached out to many community groups just to observe and listen. And as referred to during the presentation on racial equity and our plan, I sat in with community members from the Rancho Bernardo as well as the Poway tracts. And many areas really became clear to me, but I want to focus on 2. First, it's so often that the victim is punished instead of the bully. It's so easy to see the second punch. And it saddens me that the use of the N-word is rampant at our schools, and how much of that talk is expected to be taken without reaction from our kids. The lack of consequences for racial comments must be changed. Second, I'm relieved to hear that all our history and language arts classes are going to be reevaluated. There shouldn't be 2 histories taught. In addition, there are many books that should be selected that are not offensive and still teach to the goal of the class. I was happy to see the grant received to help offset some of the expense of training our teachers and staff, and also became aware of the many resources that don't come with the high price tag but can really make a difference so all our kids and staff of color feel valued and safe. We are honored to be a Golden Bell winner for No Place to Hate, so I want to make sure that we live and grow up to earn that honor. Because this is Dyslexia Awareness Month, I just wanted to voice some concerns about maintaining and increasing the progress that we've made concerning dyslexia in our district. I remember attending meetings here before I was a board member, and always listening to the group of parents that spoke at every meeting just to drive attention to the dyslexia. I had an extensive call with Belinda Hill, who is an amazing expert in this area, and she raised 2 concerns. First, what kind of testing models being used for our kindergarten and first grade students, and what's being done with the results, as well as the pullouts for these kids. We know structured literacy has the stats showing success, and are we being true to this model? And second, with up to 20% of general education students having varied degrees of dyslexia, why aren't we mainstreaming more of these successful rating and decoding strategies? I read some of her reading samples and what's being used in our classes, and I'm concerned that we're expecting our kids to guess at some words instead of truly understanding the mechanics of the English language. Next, I was fortunate to observe Painted Rock while the AM was being picked up and classes cleaned and ready for PM, and then the PM drop-off. Wow. I commend everyone at Painted Rock for working as a team. It was all hands on deck. It was wonderful to see the kids happily running to their families to tell them about their day, and then kissing goodbye as they jumped out of cars going to see their teachers in classes. I toured the rooms and spoke to a few teachers, and they have worked so hard. I was beyond impressed with their ingenuity, their commitment, and their love. And speaking with the principal, he said the challenge now is to keep the teachers from coming in and working on the weekends. And with that, another challenge, I'm going to put it out there to the public, is we are in desperate need for substitutes. So if you are qualified, please let us know, because we need you. I have also spoken to many teachers and listened regarding reopening the schools, because this is really hard. And I hope that they understand how valued they are and that they're getting the support that they need. But that said, I am very concerned about our high-risk population. You know, VLA is not working for many kids. And some of these kids have a lot of support at home, but some kids don't. And we have to figure out how to best help these kids. As I mentioned at every meeting, our society's ranking of what's important for our community should be obviously hospitals and medical, then 2, safety and security, and 3 should be public schools. And I really feel that our state and federal governments have let us down by their lack of prioritizing our schools. That we're concerned about the budget to make these things happen is very disappointing. But what we're doing is hard, and without additional resources, it's almost impossible. But I appreciate everyone's emails and calls, and I just ask for grace, because I'm a mama bear too when it comes to my kids, and we're trying to do what's best for 26,000 students and 4,000 employees, and constantly changing restrictions by our government, so it's beyond difficult. Now, on a lighter note, just to kind of shift completely, those who know me know I love Halloween. And I was looking at the 2021 and 22 calendar and the 2022 and 23 calendar, and I just have to put it out there for your calendar committee people that please, can we make November 1st a non-student day instead of October 25th for the following year and October 31st? Please consider November 1st. I think there's a lot of teachers and parents that would love that change. So on that, thank you guys.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper. I finally have gotten back into the swing of some school events this month, so I just want to mention a few of those. A principal coffee chat with Nuda Mesa Verde, Principal Donnelly. She had a ton of parents there, lots of questions and ideas, plans for great collaborations to come. I think it was really great to hear her say, yeah, let's find a way we can make that work. Not just, no, that's not how it's done. So that was great, really. I loved it. Honoring our own, I know Dr. Patel already spoke about it, but so I'll just let that go at that. The racial equity community conversation for Mount Carmel and for Rancho Bernardo High School were both wonderful. We talked about these already too. I'm going to keep moving. There was a school board candidate put on by Palomar Council PTA. All 4 candidates took part, so if you are voting in Area E or A, get on their Facebook page, actually, and take a look at the video of the forum. There were questions asked all across everything you could possibly want to know about, and these 4 candidates answered them all. So vote and be knowledgeable when you do it. On October 1st, I was happy to be with Dr. Phelps to welcome the PM Canyon View Elementary Coyotes back to their campus for their first day. We had lots of media there. It looked organized, it was festive, and very safe. I got to see one of the backpack electrostatic sprayers being modeled by their custodian, Ms. Tonga, who is quite beloved. She finished her half of campus after the AM session and before the PM session so she could get out there and greet these students who loved seeing her. And, well, that was nice to see, but I was really more interested in the electrostatic sprayer. But apparently it's fast enough. She had the time to do the work that was necessary between. And I think that's the main thing. She got that done, and I think that was something that people were worried about, that there wouldn't be time between the sessions. But at Can Review, there certainly was, and then some. I also talked to a principal from another elementary school who was there getting ideas for when his campus would open. And I think that a lot of our principals who open on the 12th instead of the 1st took advantage of those model schools to get to see how they could do it. So I really appreciate that we did that in phases. I think that helped a lot of campuses who didn't necessarily have the vision of what that would look like, but then they saw it and they pulled it off flawlessly just 12 days later. So well done to Principal Halsey and her team. The SAI Advisory Committee, Specialized Academic Instruction. I invite myself to these once in a while. Mr. Mizell puts up with me, as do all the committee members. But they had their first meeting back, or maybe it wasn't their first, but first for me. I was really happy to hear them discussing data pieces that they're going to focus on this school year. There are obviously difficulties this year, but the state's least restrictive environment goals, reducing chronic absenteeism for students with disabilities, some perception data about how our students with disabilities can be supported in general ed in the best way, and creating some way that could be, revolutionary statewide and perhaps beyond that to track improvement of students with disabilities who are involved in the specialized academic instruction. So very exciting work going there. Kudos to that group. They're serious. That is no joke, walking in on that meeting a few minutes late. I was just rapt attention. It was wonderful. We just voted on the rush through approving all the membership of the CAC. I've been thwarted several times their last meetings by limited participants and late RSVPs by me, but I made it on Tuesday night finally. They were talking about some frustration with not all special education services being offered in person yet, and I know we are moving forward. We're getting closer and closer to having nearly all of our segregated special education classes back and offering more and more services as well to the students who are receiving other services that aren't necessarily full-time day classes. There's discussion of some communication gaps, hearing different things from different people. I think we've actually talked about that as a board tonight a bit too. And shockingly, they have an interest in what the board is doing. There were a couple people who admitted to insomnia that they cured by watching our last couple board meetings. So I want to thank this group of super engaged parents that we approved tonight with little fanfare, who are working with our special education staff. They're great. Thank you guys so much. You're very engaged. If you stayed and watched this, you're my kind of people. And I think I have an addendum here. I was going to end with another reminder to go vote. Do it today. Turn in your ballot. Get it out there. But I do want to add something. We've heard. I've heard complaints from a lot of people, from parents, from staff, from students, from other community members out there, even my own family and close friends. They're not necessarily complaining about school, but a lot of them are. They're just complaining in general. Life right now is really hard. Negativity and rudeness, really, it's overwhelming at times, and the urge to fight back with more negativity can be really, really intense at times. But I sometimes have to write the email and then delete it. Take a breath. Take 10 breaths. Take a day before you respond, or don't respond at all. Let it go. It is not about you. It's not about me. We are all in some really uniquely stressful situations right now, and no one else can completely understand what each of us is going through. Some of us are doing it better than others. Some of us fake it better. But there are things we can do to actually make it better. So let's try. I have this on the best of authority. I'm 9 out of 10 psychologists agree. Try not to take everything that anyone says or does in the worst possible way. And try not to drag other people down with your own negativity spiral. I know we all get into them. Try to shift your focus to something outside yourself. I found Dr. Seuss's quote on this. He says, "You'll miss the best things if you keep your eyes shut." So look around. Try a random act of kindness. Try to cultivate that sense of inspiration. Show gratefulness. Try some curiosity about something. There are things we can do to feel better that don't involve blaming someone else for our unhappiness. So I urge everybody, let's try. Let's try. Take that breath. Dr. Phelps.
Thank you, Madam President. We have several recognitions to report. In the interest of time, I'll highlight a couple. Westview High School student Edmund Sempena was recently awarded the Imagine Cup of the Americas by Microsoft for his artificial intelligence machine, Wander Guardian. Edmund's project was focused on assisting people with dementia. The Imagine Cup is an international competition in which students build technology and technology systems with a focus on addressing social, environmental, and health challenges. I also want to highlight the 41 Poway Unified students who were named semifinalists in the 2021 National Merit Scholarship Program. Finalists will be announced in the spring, and I ask that you please review the board packet for all of their names listed, as well as the additional recognitions in 12.2. I want to congratulate all 26 of our elementary schools and Abraxas High School, as well as many of our special education classes at all levels, in successfully reopening to in-person instruction. It was amazing to see how smoothly the pickup, drop-off, and screening process went, the logistics and scheduling, and most of all, the smiling faces of our students and staff as they're reunited in person. Our teams have worked incredibly hard to carry out our phased reopening plan, and I'm very proud of Team PowayUSD. I also wanted to continue to encourage all of our students, families, teachers, and staff in virtual learning. Virtual learning has not been easy on any of us, but the innovation, the creativity, and the perseverance that I've seen has truly been inspiring. I had the opportunity to watch my daughter dissect a sheep heart for one of her biomedical science classes while watching her teacher virtually. Our teachers are doing some really great work and are working really, really hard to make the rigorous virtual learning experience for our students. I want to thank you to the City of Poway. I want to thank the City of Poway, Mayor Voss, and council members for their generous donations and providing 200 mobile hotspots to PowayUSD students in need. As we continue to support students in their virtual learning, we are grateful for their partnership in helping to remove any barriers that may interfere with the success of our students in their virtual learning experience. Speaking of virtual, I wanted to remind you that next week's College and Career Virtual Information Night on Tuesday, October 20th, we will be providing both live and recorded sessions on important topics such as financial aid, college applications, interviews, career pathways, and more. This event is geared specifically to our high school students and their families, but due to limited space, I wanted to thank our staff and volunteers for all their hard work in planning PowayUSD's first ever virtual college and career event. Also, a big shout out to our LSS team and our principals who have been holding our community conversations on racial equity for our PowayUSD students, staff, and families. This is a key component to the Racial Equity Improvement Plan presented tonight. We must listen and learn from the experiences of our stakeholders before we can make the needed improvements. I'm grateful that our community is willing to have these difficult and vulnerable conversations to make positive changes for our students. This evening, we shared our racial equity inclusion plan and recommendations for our reopening of secondary schools. I know that these topics are emotionally charged topics for many people in our district and community, and many people feel very passionate about them. But I want you to please know and be reassured that the district leadership, our school board, and our staff take these issues very seriously, and we're working really hard to address them. These are tough times for everyone. So I just, not to reiterate what anybody else has said already up here, and I appreciate the words that all of you have said, because it is hard for all of us. But I wanted just to remind everybody that we started this year with a music video, Be a Light. And so I want you to remember that when you have a choice, when facing a decision on how to act and respond towards others, that we can remember to extend grace, try to seek understanding, show compassion, and remember to always be a light. That concludes my report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Phelps. I think it would be remiss of us not also to thank you for your leadership. All of these things you've been talking about tonight wouldn't have happened without you. So thank you for your leadership on these issues as well. That takes us to 14.0. Adjournment. The next regularly scheduled meeting is Thursday, November 12th at 6 p.m. right here, and it is 10:21.